Alright, hello everyone. Hello, hello. Oh, let me do an audio check. Sounds alright. I look really orange, don't I? Why do I look so orange? I'm orange. Not that that's altogether bad. Orange is my favorite color. But, hold on. Ooh, I'm brighter now. Let's turn that down a bit. There we go. Now, let's see if I can counter the orange with some blue light. I don't know how well that works. Anyway, let me also see if I can adjust the monitor. There we go, that's a bit better. So the gaming monitor I use, this one right here, has two HDMI ports on it. And the reason that's important is because I have my capture card plugged into HDMI port 2, and I typically have my PlayStation 4 plugged into HDMI port 1. But as we have started playing Sunset Overdrive on the Xbox One, I now have to swap HDMI cables between the PS4 and the Xbox One, at least for now. And so that's why things they kind of like they're a little off. But we are here, we are back. And yes, I just tweeted out that we have gone live. This is Franchise Fridays. And I'm unofficially, at least on Twitter it's official, but elsewhere I'm unofficially calling this the Bounty of a Bloody Harvest. And so you can see the pumpkins and the jack-o'-lanterns in the background. We are starting the Halloween event today called Bloody Harvest. And we're also starting DLC 3 today, Bounty of Blood. So, Bounty of Bloody Harvest. That's kind of how that works. And you can also see that we have... Jamera is here. Hello, Jamera. Welcome, welcome. How are you doing today? Jamera has redeemed Hydrate. Very well. Cheers, Jamera. You're doing good. That's good. We are getting closer, Jamera. We are halfway through the... Are we halfway through? We are halfway through. We're halfway through the DLCs. Just 2 more to go, and then some other little odds and ends, I think. Maybe, like, the raid boss. And then that's it. Then we're jumping into multiplayer, and then from there we're going into Tiny Tina's Wonderlands. This has been a very good experience. I really enjoyed Borderlands 3. So far I have definitely enjoyed Borderlands 3 more than the original Borderlands. It's really hard for me to compare Borderlands 3 to Borderlands 2, though. Like, I realize that. When it comes to the character that I played as, I enjoyed playing as Krieg in Borderlands 2 more than I enjoy playing as Zane in Borderlands 3. So that might lead one to think that I enjoyed Borderlands 2 more. But I enjoy the character interactions, I enjoy the story more in Borderlands 3 than I did in Borderlands 2. And so it's kind of hard to say. Like, when it came to the central character experience that you play as, which is probably one of the most important things in the game, I preferred Borderlands 2. And that could have changed. Like, if I had chosen someone else besides Krieg that I didn't like as much, it could be a totally different story. But when it came to everything surrounding the character, the world the character is in, I had more fun in Borderlands 3. So, I don't know, maybe I would actually put Borderlands 2 and Borderlands 3 sort of neck and neck. And then above those two would be Tales from the Borderlands, and then above Tales would be the pre-sequel. So, but I am still really enjoying Borderlands 3. Like I said, it's been a great experience so far, and I'm looking at experiencing more of the game. And, yeah, we're going to get into it soon. Jamera says 3 more. 3 more? Oh, that's right, the Murder Mystery. Murder Mystery, Bounty of Blood, which is probably going to be the next 4 Fridays. And the Fantastic Fuster Cluck. Yes. I would be well, I guess I am looking forward to the Fantastic Fustercluck the most. And the Murder Mysteries also, I think, going to be interesting. I was super looking forward to this DLC, Bounty of Blood, until someone told me that the main female character in this is not the love child of Nisha and Handsome Jack. Had that been the case, I would have been super excited. Now that I know that's not the case, yeah, I'm still looking forward to playing. I think it's going to be cool. I think it's going to be fun. But, I would have liked it so much better had they brought Nisha back in some form. Like, they can't bring her as a character back because she died in Borderlands 2. But, I mean, if she had a daughter, they could at least sort of bring her skill set back. But, But before we get into Borderlands 3 any further, let's go through our opening announcements, and then we'll head back to Stream Chat, and then we'll dive into the game. So, welcome again, everyone. I am your host, Lord Wolfio. I stream 5 days a week, pretty much Monday through Saturday. I stream a little something different each and every day of the week. I know that not every person is into every game or game genre, and so I like to vary my content to appeal to a more varied audience. Also, doing so helps to prevent me from getting burnt out on any one game or game genre, and that's important to me. It's horrible to get burnt out. And so I've created various stream themes for each and every day of the week. I don't know why I'm mumbling. Maybe it's the glowy skulls in the background. And so Mondays, we have what I call Monday Marvels. And on Monday Marvels, we can stream any game from any genre, but no horror, no role-playing games. Those game genres are set aside for their own specific stream days. Also, the game on Monday cannot be part of a series. It must be a one-off. No prequels, no sequels. Due to this, we typically end up streaming indie games on Mondays. So if you like indies, join us then. Tuesdays, I take the day off. That is a personal me day, though I may still stream. It just won't be scheduled. Wednesdays, in the Discord, we have Anime Afternoons, during which we screen through 2 episodes of a given series. And then afterwards on Twitch, we have our weekly Just Chatting stream called Community Chat and Gaming News, during which we go over community updates, gaming news, and game releases for the week. Thursdays are our RPG afternoons, so if you like role-playing games, join us then. Fridays are Franchise Fridays, and Franchise Fridays are pretty similar to Mondays. We can stream any game from any genre, but again, no horror, no role-playing games. But unlike Mondays, the games we stream on Fridays must be part of a larger series, hence the name Franchise Fridays. Due to that, we typically end up streaming AAA games on Fridays, so if you're into the bigger, I like to say the bigger blockbuster experiences, join us then. And finally, Saturdays are Spooky Saturdays. So if you like horror and all things creepy, join us Saturday for that. And Sunday, I typically take the day off as well. That is more of a family and friends day. Though I may still stream unscheduled later that evening or night. So that is our schedule. If any of that sounds interesting to you, then I encourage you to drop me a follow, and perhaps I will see you sometime during the week. And now actually, one last schedule announcement. So, Saturday's stream will go as intended. It will start at 1 p.m. Eastern, but I think it will end sharply at 5 p.m. Our game streams are always scheduled for at least 4 hours, but they could always go longer. When it comes to tomorrow's stream, it will be exactly 4 hours. And the reason for that is, for those who don't know, I live in Tampa, Florida, USA, and it is sort of a touristy environment, and a lot of the events have started back up again, and I'm going to one of those events tomorrow afternoon. Late tomorrow afternoon. And that event is a parade. It is a parade in the cultural district of my town called Ybor City, which is my favorite area in the entire city. And it is a parade in celebration of the coming St. Patrick's Day holiday. So I'm going to have to find something green to wear. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. It's been a long time since I've been to any sort of outdoorsy events, and so I'm looking forward to being out there and seeing a parade. I think it's going to be fun. But just to let everyone know when I cut off sharply at 5, and I'll announce it tomorrow as well, that's why. But alright, that is the schedule. Those are the announcements. Let's get back to stream chat, and then we'll dive into the game. Let's see. Albatrax is here. Hello, Albatrax. How are you doing? Albatrax has subscribed. Well, thank you, Albatrax, for that. I appreciate it. Subscriptions are never required, but always appreciated. Thank you. Ooh, nice. Yes, I am looking forward to it, Albatrax. All right. And how are you doing today, Albatrax? What are you up to? I am here today with another full cup of my coffee, bottle of fresh water, and let's log in with Zane. I will show you his gear. Bloody Harvest is enabled. And we'll also read through Bloody Harvest, see what's required of us, and check out the rewards. Albatrax says, was playing a lot of Far Cry 4. Oh. And how is that going? I am interested in Far Cry 1, 3, and 4. I can't say I'm interested in 2 because I know nothing about 2. And I feel like I don't know that much about 5 either. Like, I saw some trailers of 5, but I didn't really get to see any gameplay. And then I know there's also, like, the Far Cry Primal with the dinosaurs. And I'm not into the whole dinosaurs thing. That's why I never really got into Horizon Zero Dawn. Though, I will say an exception to the rule would be Turok. I think Turok looks awesome. And also at some elements in Duke Nukem you're fighting dinosaurs, but that's kind of rare.
Hunter, Maurice will speak with you. You will come to him aboard the Sanctuary.
Bloody Harvest, Descent into Slack. Into Slack? No. Into Heck. I misread that. Weslass Part 2. I don't know, maybe I'll eventually do Weslass Part 2. I don't really like... I don't know. I get the feeling like this quest goes on literally forever. And the reward for doing it is just you get to loot his chests again. And potentially get a legendary. And it's like, I don't really feel like doing that. Albatrax says, animal attacks are annoying. I could imagine. Jameer says there's also a Far Cry New Dawn. Huh. Can't forget that one. What's that one about? Weslass 2 and 3 for co-op? Do you think people would be interested in doing Weslass 2 and 3 for co-op? Weslass 3 is how you unlock Aista for farming his 2 dedicateds. I mean, if people would be interested in doing Weslass 2 and 3 in co-op, then we'll do it that day. These people are always trying to smash the window like they want to get out into space. That worries me. Okay. So let's go through the gear, and then let's go through the awards for the Halloween event, and then we'll begin. It would be a fast thing to do? Okay. We'll add it then. Alright, so for our primary guns, we are using our handguns. We also have our themed gun ornament, the little hanging skull. I thought that would be appropriate for Halloween and for the Old West. But yes, our main gun type is cryo. Our main element that I want Zane to have is cryo. And this isn't really a cryo gun, but it sort of uses cryo. The level 65 Atlas Laden Standardized Multi-Tap. Excuse me. Tag an area with a tracker grenade. Your projectiles will home in on up to 5 tagged enemies for 15 seconds. Reloading will fire a cryo rocket at targeted enemies. So in that way, it's kind of cryo. We also have a... I don't know what element this is. Oh, a new shock gun. Which isn't even really shock, but it's kind of shock. The level 65 Jacobs Dastardly Bowie Love Drill has a 20% chance to deal double damage as shock, and critical hits ricochet 1 bullet at the nearest enemy. We also have our corrosive handgun, the level 63 Dahl Venomous Hornet, which looks awesome, and it has an anointment. While Digiclone is active, regenerate 30% of magazine ammo per second. That's pretty nice. And our incendiary gun, the level 59 Dahl Extended Nemesis, pretty much the same thing as the corrosive, also has an anointment. While Sentinel is active, gain 100% of damage as bonus cryo damage. It's pretty awesome, again, considering that I want his main element to be cryo. And finally, our radiation gun, level 52 Tediore Super Rad Bangarang XL. Yes, it's the lowest gun, but that's so far the best we have found for a legendary radiation handgun. For our shotgun, we are still using the level 56 Jacobs Speed-Load Hellwalker, which is a beastly shotgun. It's a Doom-based shotgun, I like it. For our sniper rifle, we are using the Dahl High Capacity Reflexive Malix Bane. Yes, it shoots slow, but most of the time I use the sniper rifle in this game. I don't use it in combat, necessarily. I'll use it to shoot an enemy who's not aware of me. And that's about it. So once they become aware of me, that's when and they get closer, that's when I bring out my Digiclone or my Sentinel or both. And then if I feel like I still need additional firepower, I might toggle to my handgun or my shotgun. So I'm okay with a slower traveling projectile, at least for now. And it has a nice little perk to its anointment. On action skill end, gain 30% life skill for a short time. I can't think of a time when that would really be all that useful with a sniper rifle. Unless maybe like I run out of handgun ammo and shotgun ammo and literally the only gun I have left to fire is my sniper, then I can see that being somewhat helpful. For our shield, this is the level 60 Pangolin Void Rift. We got this from defeating a ridiculously hard boss during DLC 2. Fires homing spikes to attackers when taking bullet damage, and those spikes are ice spikes, which is pretty nice. The shield also gives us a 30% cryo resist, and when the shield breaks, a black hole effect pulls enemies towards you, and then it explodes in a cryo nova. So this is a great cryo shield for Zane. For our class mod, we finally changed it after all this time. Level 65, Preemptive Scattered Cold Warrior. Whenever Zane freezes an enemy, which he does a lot, a random status effect is applied to them instantly. So this isn't as defensive as our last class mod. It is more offensive, and it's pretty cool. A new grenade mod, level 63, Vladov Cryo Widowmaker. I would prefer a better and different cryo grenade mod, but again, this is the best one we've come across so far. And finally, we are rocking a legendary artifact, which we haven't done for most of the game. Level 59, Irigian, the Pearl of Ineffable Knowledge. Stack damage increase plus 90%. Plus 17% weapon reload speed, that's nice. Regenerates 323 health per second, also very nice, makes him a lot tankier. Consecutive successful hits grant 1% increased damage per hit up to 15 times at maximum stacks, and an additional 90% damage. That's pretty excessive. This is pretty good if you use a fast-firing gun that has somewhat of a large mag, like a handgun, which we tend to use, or a submachine gun, or an assault rifle. This is really, really good. So I feel this would kind of work to Zane's benefit. Jameer says, and Far Cry New Dawn is a direct sequel to the ending of 5. Ah, so I can't say anything on it without spoiling 5's ending. Gotcha. Albitrex says, sometimes elephants and tigers will attack guards and outposts, and will almost kill all of the guards, making it very easy to liberate. Well, that sounds like a good thing, Albatrax, unless you're like, you really wanted that challenge. Like, I would be fine with that. I would just, like, watch from afar and laugh as all the guards are being mauled to death, and then just go in and clean up. Jameer says, Void Rift is just really good overall. In fact, it became really good back when the Impaler and the Black Hole shields got buffed. Oh, I see. Alright. The next skill we're going to put bonus points into... Okay, here we go, yeah. The next 2 level points we gain, they're both going into Refreshment. Whenever Zane damages a frozen enemy with his weapon, he gains some of that damage back as health. Currently we're at Tier 1. Lifesteal, 8% of damage dealt. So it looks like maybe he gets 8% with every additional investment point. So next is 16%. After that, it would be 24%. That's pretty good. Almost 0.25% of damage dealt back as health. Let's take a look at Bloody Harvest. Okay, what is Bloody Harvest? Active. The souls of the Darned are restless and super pissed off. It's Bloody Harvest in the Borderlands, and haunted enemies are appearing across the galaxy. Defeat them and the ghosts possessing them, then take the fight to their evil master in the depths of Heck. Earn new cosmetics, new legendaries, and anointed loot with spooky terror effects. Terror is a new mechanic used by the forces of Heck to screw with your weapon handling. But if you've got the right gear, you can turn terror against your enemies by buffing your damage, fire rate, and action skills. To me, this sounds a lot like the glitch mechanics from the Claptrap DLC in Borderlands, the pre-sequel. You can find haunted enemies in almost any location, but if you're looking for a fight, check out the Circles of Slaughter and areas like Lectra City or the Voracious Canopy. Find Maurice on Sanctuary 3 to begin the Bloody Harvest. And there are 15 challenges. It looks like we just have to kill... Oh, this is not like the Valentine one. So in the Valentine one, it was pretty straightforward. You just destroy hearts, and that was it. And you just destroy a certain number of hearts, and you're done. This one, it looks like you have to do different things. Okay. Exorcist. Kill 50 haunted bad A's. My boss has been ghosting me all week. Kill Captain Haunt. I don't know who or where to find that person. Charon's Toll. Collect Bloody Harvest loot. Lawful Good Cleric. Kill ghosts. Chaotic Good Cleric. Kill ghosts in Mayhem mode. That's probably something that we'll do eventually, maybe, but we're not going any higher than, like, Mayhem Mode 1. If we even do it. I hope we don't have to do it. Do we have to do? We have to do it to get all the loot. Oh, that hurts. That hurts. Nate's Hostel. Kill Haunted Borman Nates. Friends Don't Die. Kill Haunted Demoskagan. El Campeon Fantasmal. Kill Haunted El Dragon Jr. Oh, so to do this, we actually have to visit different planets that we were at before. Okay. I am Rackman. Kill Haunted Rackman. An Eye for Quality Hectoplasm. Kill Loot Ghosts. Pumpkin Spiced. Equip 3 pieces of Bloody Harvest loot at the same time. Heck Razor. Loot a Bloody Harvest legendary. Reap what you sow, bro. Kill Captain Haunt with a Bloody Harvest gun. Easy as pumpkin pie. Solve the pumpkin puzzle. Snowball's Chance and Heck. Kill haunted enemies with cryo damage in the heck hole. That should be easy. We're all about cryo. Okay, and what do we earn? What do we get? First reward is a trinket, a shrinking feeling, so a gun ornament. So that's kind of cool, okay. Echo device, message from beyond. It looks like it says Bloody Harvest, and then it has what kind of look like spirit wisps or ghost wisps kind of attached to it. It's not animated, but it kind of looks a little spooky, so yeah, okay. 12 Skin Haunted look. Now that looks cool. I would equip that if we unlocked it during this DLC. Like specters floating over your character's gear. And then last one is a weapon skin, Porophobia. I'm not sure what that looks like. It looks like it turns your gun purple. I'd use that too. Okay. Bloody Harvest, Descent into Heck. Side mission level 67. Maurice, a talking Saurian researcher, has asked that you hunt down some ghosts. Just run with it. Happy Bloody Harvest. We've also skinned the majority of our weapons with this cool skin that's sort of red, but also looks like cracked, dry earth on the guns. I thought that would be appropriate for the Bounty of Blood, since it's supposed to be the Old West, where I'm guessing there's like a lot of sand and everything. Okay. Jamira says, Terror is basically the same as the glitch weapons from the pre-sequel, except unless you have a way to apply it to yourself, the anoints are going to be useless in other events. You could probably handle M1. Okay. Let's go see Maurice.
Remember, this is space, people, so don't do nothing stupid.
That's like half the damage. And almost like half the radius. Better cryo efficiency. Heals for 120% of health damage dealt. Well, healing is nice. Heals shields for 60% of damage dealt. Zane having high shields is also good. Anointed perk, on grenade thrown, weapon, grenade, and action skill damage are increased by 25% for 6 seconds. That's also really good. Homes in on the closest target. That's really good, because as soon as my Digiclone spawns, like one of the first things he does is throw a grenade. And also my Sentinel drops a grenade. So they basically buff themselves. And I'm also wondering if that stacks. So, like, if my Digiclone and Sentinel both drop grenades, does that mean it goes up by 50%? So basically, they just make themselves stronger. It's only for 6 seconds, but you can do a good little chunk of damage in 6 seconds. But would that make up for losing like half radius and half damage? What do you think, Jamera? I'm also going to bring up the Borderlands wiki. Maybe I'm missing something. Just give it a try? Not sure. Note can spawn with 2 generator attributes that heal the character's shields for 60% of the damage the grenade dealt to enemy shields. The grenade also heals 30% of health while the user's shield regenerates. Yeah, alright. Let's do it. What? There we go. Okay. What was the first grenade? Oh. And any guns? Maliwan Abundant ASMD. It's shock, though. I'm not going to get it. I am curious what it does, though. ASMD. I wonder why they don't sometimes put what the legendary effects are of the guns on the card. I wonder if it's because they just want people to, like, get the weapon and try to figure it out for themselves. Okay, always shock, no charge time, that's good. Alternate firing mode cycles between an energy orb and an energy bolt. When hip-fired, it shoots a slow-moving energy orb. When zoomed in, it shoots a fast-moving energy bolt. Hitting the enemy or hitting the energy orb with a bolt causes a large explosion. Oh. Okay, that's interesting. No, I pass. Alright, let's go talk to Maurice. There's Maurice.
Well done, Vault Hunter. You have found Maurice. Now you will complete a mission for him and reap a mouth-watering reward.
I don't usually take jobs from dinosaurs. Not since the last one's check-bounced.
Where Maurice is from, Saurians reign supreme and humanity has died away. Your Tanis researcher has offered to host Maurice as part of what she calls a cultural exchange program. Maurice is here in peace to study the strange traditions and festivities of the Warm Bloods.
None of that made a single lick of rational sense. I like you! What's the mission then?
Yes, Maurice has a most salivating mission for you. The Festival of Bloody Harvest has begun. Humans delight in fictional festive rites, but Maurice has heard tell of true spectral hauntings across the galaxy. This must be studied. You will find for Maurice a ghost.
I'm not afraid of no ghost. Point me at him.
Haunted enemies have appeared across the galaxy. You will search them out, kill them, and then defeat the ghost within. Maurice anticipates your success with gnashing teeth. Yes, the mission. You understand? The mission. You will complete it. Maurice Maurice cannot continue the work without your success. Maurice relies upon your completion of the mission. Yes, the mission. You understand?
Okay. Oh, can I go in here now? Oh, no, I can't. ASMD just sucks. This is one of those combo guns that you just don't want. Alright. So let's head back to our safe area. We're going to equip our new grenade mod. We're going to place the other one into our... either our safe or just put it up on the wall. What do I have on the wall now?
You want to hear a joke? I got jokes coming at the gals over here.
The Hunter Seeker. Let's take that. And let's put... Oh, are you serious? Oh, it's gonna be... No, hold on. It doesn't tell you the name of the grenade. Though I can figure it out because one's item score is like a lot higher than the other one. Put that there. And then put that there. Alright, there's our Widowmaker. Hold on to that just in case. And then we might as well just sell the weaker grenade mod because we're never going to go back to it. Oh, the machine's already reset. No. And no. Okay. Oh, wait. Before we leave... Where is Bloody Harvest? Let's go to the map screen. Mysterious Lair. Murder on Eschaton Row. That's not it. You will die over and over. I think that's the raid boss. I want to do that later. Enter the Psychoscape. That's the Clusterfuck. Arms Race Introduction. That's not it. That's it. Blood from a Stone. Sanctuary. That's on the floor we're on now, it looks like, and it's behind us. It's right next to the Lost Loot Machine. Okay. Bloody Harvest was just talk to Maurice? Yeah. Is this it? This is it. Wanted. Dead or alive. Bounty of Blood is on the table near your room. Gotcha. Alright. Level 67. Blood from a Stone. This will start Bounty of Blood. All players must own this to complete this mission. Calling all gunslingers. Seems some sheriff wants to hunt down the notorious Devil Rider gang. There's a bounty of blood with your name on it. If you're up to the challenge, that is. Let's do it.
Been a while since I did a spot of bounty hunting. You good to get back in the game?
I was expecting like a CG intro, but okay. I guess it's going to be like, go fly to the planet, and then port down, and then it'll tell you something. Hold on, I want to turn this up on my end. There we go. Okay. Alrighty. Did I center that correctly? No, I don't think I did. Hold on. I guess that's right. Okay. Let's check our quest log. Search the galaxy for a ghost. Blood from a stone. Alright. There's a bounty of blood with your name on it. The sheriff of a backwater town called Vestige wants you to hunt down the notorious Devil Rider gang. Hope you're tough enough, gunslinger. Navigate to Gehenna.
Hey!
And since I'm here...
Hi, hello. Do you need something?
Nope, okay. They never did fix the windshield. Ah, Gordon Ramsay is here. Hello, Ramsay. How are you doing today? Jameer says, the CG intro happens when you take the drop pod to the new planet. Gotcha. You're good? That is good. We are just about to start DLC 3. Bounty of Blood. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. I just wanted to read the description of the planet again. Oh well. Alright. Gehenna. Long time ago, Gehenna meant something to a lot of folks in fancy suits. The company used it as a testing ground for tech too dangerous for more civilized corners of the galaxies. Chewed it up and spat it out. Now the company's gone, and all that's left is a rock. Whatever they were testing for, it seems they didn't like the answer.
Trying to get myself to that drop pod and hunt me some outlaws!
Hey, come chill with me.
Hey there.
I was stuck inside the Saurian for 5 days, but I ain't never felt anything as bad as Earl. Dang. Ha! I shoved her ass in a hard drive and ejected the bitch. Pick her up, Vault Hunter.
Kinda thought being a Vault Hunter would involve a lot more doing stuff, but this is cool too, I guess.
Alright. Ramsey asks, have you played Deathloop? I have not. I think Deathloop looks really cool, and I would like to play it eventually. What about you? Okay, we're going where? That's right.
Vault Hunter! Someone give me an order. I need an order! Man.
To the drop pod. To Vestige.
I suppose you think you've heard every story in the stars by now. Stories of war, lawlessness, death. After all, can't kick over a rock in this galaxy without finding some blood underneath. That said, this story's bloodier than most. It's about a town. Little scrap of barely anything, holding on for dear life on a rock named Gehenna. Good folk, mostly. But where there's law, there's people looking to break it. The Devil Riders. Only law they followed was a decree of iron and lead. Now, Gehenna ain't just another hunk of backwater rock. It used to be a testing grounds, back when the company ran things. The company dreamed up new weapons of war, bent beasts to their will. You name it, they tried it. Bet you can guess how that turned out. The town tried to leave the past buried, but the Devil Riders set upon digging up company secrets that could only lead to ruin. The Devil Riders waged an all-out war. The town held out against them best they could, and after decades of spilt blood, they said enough. Sheriff drew up a bounty of blood for any mean bastard crazy enough to take on the Devil Riders. And then everything, and I mean everything, changed the day the Vault Hunters came to town. That's you, Slick.
You're currently playing Deathloop? What do you think of it so far? Go to town. See the map. Alright, it's not that big. I'm guessing either this is the town, and it's a big town, or that's the entrance to the town way over there. It's very quiet here.
The wind on Gehenna was hot as spent powder. As soon as the Vault Hunter's boots tasted dirt, he was off to town to see a sheriff.
Does he narrate the entire time? I saw a ghost. He narrates the whole time. That's cool. I like the look of this place. It's not desert exactly. And it's just sort of run down. Not even run down. It's a desert-like atmosphere. But it's still different enough that it doesn't look like your traditional desert from the original Borderlands. I like the giant rock formations, how they're all around you. I guess that is a large town right in front of us. I didn't think that would be it. Though the town may not take up the entire area. Is there anything...
Ain't that the damnedest thing?
Investigate Whistling. That's very eerie in an Old West sense. I am liking how it seems like they're just going to throw you straight into the town from the beginning. With the other DLCs, like with DLC 2, you didn't do that. You sort of had to fight your way there a little bit. And with, well, DLC 1, you never had a... Did you ever have a safe hub in DLC 1? Not really. Not unless you count, like, Timothy's place as, like, the safe hub, but that's, like, super, super small. Well, no, there was the trash area. That was sort of like a little town. But that was, like, way into the DLC. That was, like, 3/4 of the way into the DLC. Togue and Rose. Ooh, Rose is pretty.
Figure waited on the bridge, silk. She was looking for something. The devil waited at her feet, hoping that something was food.
Over here. Don't mind my devil. He won't bite. Unless I tell him to. Easy, Toby. Easy. They don't mean us no harm.
To me, she definitely looks like she could be the daughter of Nisha and Jack. Well, no, not really. The hat, though. The hat is that kind of looks like it would, like Nisha would wear it. Oh, I like the rose tattoo. That is an interesting tattoo. She has a rose and thorn tattoo, but it looks like she actually has real thorns coming out of her arm and shoulder. I wonder if those are like genetically implanted, or is that like a condition she has? Are those metal? Are those stone? That's interesting.
So, you must be the one who just crashed in a heap of dust and doom. You here for the sheriff's bounty, or do you have other business on hand?
Oh, you better believe I'm after that bounty, lass.
Hope you know what you're in for, Gunslinger. The Devil Riders are tough enough to chew glass and spit sand, and mean enough to steal the coins up a dead man's ass. You want to make the town. I'm headed that way myself. You can follow me if you like. Come on, Toge. I raised that devil from birth. His name's Toge. Loyal as can be. You know, it seems to me we're not so different from the devils, you and I. Let the weak fall so the strong can survive. Sheriff sure stirred up a devil's nest with that bounty. But the way I see things, a man of law should fight his own fights.
So she's not
Hear
the
that?
sheriff.
There's devils up ahead. I'll draw them out. Well, go on, gunslinger. I want to see how you fight. Gonna put you in the bone orchard!
Get the new guy! Idiots. Now that's a thing of beauty. Hi, Therese! Found one of them ghosts you were looking for.
This is for you!
A delectable success. Collect its ghostly coup. Maurice requires it for his studies.
Fetch, devil! I am impressed. Gunslinger like you could come in handy. But I only ride with the best.
Well, I am the best. Best looking, best dressed, best sharpshooter. So, yeah, generally the best.
Is that so? Well, still a ways to town. What'd you find, Toge?
So this is like DLC too.
What do we have here? What's here to hatch you?
So I guess you do have to do a little bit of fighting. That's fine though.
This one's not worth the trouble. I need something with a little fight. Blood and water. Feeding time. Meaning it's them or us. Let the weak fall!
Oh, find 25 pieces of hectoplasm. Okay.
Let the weak fall!
She's a good shot.
That dashing fook over there was making eyes at your sister! Did that one have a bounty? No! You sure?
Pale Abaddon.
Chew on this! Feeding time!
Ah!
Huh. Town's this way. Only the strongest survive on your part. Lots of folks in town. You might ask yourself if your life's worth your while. Levels up ahead.
They're protecting something. Fresh kill, maybe. Or their eggs.
But why is she going that way? It looks like I can just go this way. Oh, the bridge is broken. That's why. Jamar says, even when you're done with the DLC and decide to farm the last boss of the DLC, he still narrates. That's cool. Duels to the death every day. Settle your differences. For your entertainment, the Quick Draw Club presents. Looks like a touch of the Far East in the Old West. Interesting. Let's spend some Guardian tokens. Critical damage or grenade damage, 2.8, 2.4, they're tied. Or we could get reload speed, that's 2.27. Shield capacity, 2.8. Shield recharge rate. I guess let's do shield recharge rate. Plus 2.8%. Unlock the weapon skin. Oh, we did that already. Okay. I don't think we unlocked anything new there. Follow Rose. Where are you going? Alright. No. Suit yourself. Oh, maybe he can't jump and follow her? Maybe he has to find his own way around? That could be it.
The weak fall!
What was that?
That devil's mine!
Shadow Devil.
Head games!
Yeah, get him, Zane, get him. Hello there. Uh-oh.
How's it going, Gunslinger? What'd you find, Toge? You see that, Gunslinger? What do you think of my devil?
It's a big Togepi.
Seems like a good little scaly boyo.
Yeah. Well-behaved little devil, isn't he? Nice find, Toge. Toge!
Oh, Prime Abaddon.
Here, put him down quick.
Ha! You missed. There you go, get him! Get him! Uh-oh. Nice. Ah, poor Toge. Toge hurt.
I didn't see that one coming. Ugh. Damn shame. Quit struggling, Toge. I'm trying to save you, damn it. Toge, that leg ain't never gonna heal right. That's the way of the world, Gunslinger. Useful till you're not. Well, let's see what those devils were protecting.
Wow,
I
that's...
knew it. Perfect specimen. Catch a devil before it hatches, and you can raise it as your own. And if you're really lucky, it won't take a bite out of you when it's older. Of course, Sheriff made it against the law to raise a devil. But he ain't here. Town ain't far now. I don't live there myself. My pets aren't hungry. I just come through from time to time, I suppose.
Aww. Poor Toge. You shall be remembered, Toge.
Hound's calling.
Looks like poop to me. A poop egg.
Would you look at that? Old bastard locked the gate to town. Luckily, I've got a key right here. Go on then, Gunslinger. Wouldn't want to keep the sheriff waiting. He's a busy man. I've got to get this egg somewhere safe. I'll see you in town later.
Off she went. Hard as nails, that one. Don't worry, she'll be back in this story soon enough. Vault Hunter moved on. Bounty was calling. Bet you're wondering how I know all this. Well, you'll just have to take my word for it. At times this story might stretch near to breaking, but I swear on my mother's unmarked grave, it's true. And,
Maybe he's the sheriff. I always liked it about Borderlands 3, how when the characters kind of leave, they actually leave. Like, they don't just say, alright, well, I'll see you, and then just turn around and evaporate into thin air. Like, they actually walk towards the door, and they walk through the door, and you just can't follow them. I like that. It gives it more of a sense of realism. Uh-oh. Scourge. Get him. Yeah. Oh, one more? It's up there somewhere. Or it was, anyway. No, it is. Yeah, it's up there. I'm guessing you got stuck up there behind the mountain. Oh. Or that's it. Just gonna stay right there? Alright. Oh, 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 oh. OP sniper. Is there something hidden this way? Oh! Oh! Oh, I'm so grateful I didn't sprint. I am so grateful I didn't sprint. It looks like you can follow that up in between, like right through there, and maybe jump up over here. But once you get right about to that point, this part of the rock here starts to like push you off so that you would fall down into the hole. If I would have sprinted, I'd be dead. Death. That's the secret over there, yeah. Well, point of no return. Made it across. Oh, I like you see the dust sort of being swept up by the wind. That's nice. Fast travel point? No, just a checkpoint. Huh. I guess the fast travel point will actually be in town.
Stop where you are, stranger! Hold your fire, you baka bastards! That ain't a devil rider. Hey there, Tomodachi. I'm Titus, sheriff's deputy. Come here for a second. Let's have a chat.
Area discovered. Vestige. This area would have a lot of stuff themed after Jacobs. In fact, when it came to deciding on where to, I don't know, I mean, I could probably see Wainwright convincing Hammerlock to come here for their, well, no. I was going to say for their honeymoon, but for their wedding, they went to Zerlorgo, so they probably just stayed there for their honeymoon as well. Alright, talk to Titus.
Folks die. I suppose that's the way it is. But we don't have to.
I wonder how much money we'll wind up getting in this DLC. We got a lot on Zerlorgos, which I was not expecting. I was expecting us to get a lot in the Handsome Jackpot DLC just because you're at a casino. But really, that DLC was more about breaking even, if anything, because it only gave you money so that you could gamble it. Whereas on Zerlorgos, we came across a lot of money very quickly. Look at all those buffs I already have. As soon as I pop an action skill, they all activate. And something I didn't know is they stay activated. They never go away. Unless I like fast travel. So that's pretty neat. And I wonder if there's even more buffs active that I just don't see.
Nothing like cold iron meant to make you feel alive, am I right?
You're right.
Maybe a hot iron.
That's a bug? Oh, it is? Aw. Oh well.
Well, look at you. Strutting into my town like a rough as sandpaper with twice the grit. Let me ask, you're here for the bounty.
I sure am. Let me at him. Parker, Tomodachi. What's the nomenclature around here? Yes, I am all about that bounty, Milo.
Hope you're tougher than the last bounty hunters that came through. Sheriff just finished digging that graves. Yeah, cemetery's been getting real crowded lately. Anyway, I'll go and let the sheriff know we got another bounty hunter in town. He'll meet you at the saloon. But hey, enjoy the town and stay out of trouble. Otherwise, you and me might have some trouble of our own.
If he shot his gun as fast as he ran his mouth, maybe things would have turned out different.
Alright, how big is the town? This is the town. That is impressive. This is a massive town. The last town I saw that was like this big was maybe like Nisha's town in Borderlands 2, but pretty much every NPC there wanted to kill you. Visually, they still are active. Actively, they aren't active. Gotcha. Can add this one to the list of bugs that were never fixed. Along with Freddy being level 2 sometimes and the fake waypoints. Go to saloon. We'll go there eventually. I want to sightsee. I want to sightsee, and I want to sell some stuff. I want to see if I can buy some new stuff. What is this? I'm going to guess this is a corrosive crystal that will hurt me.
Vault Hunter wasn't sure what that thing was good for, but they'd find out eventually.
Oh, that's cool. He even narrates, like, stuff that isn't necessary.
Conspicuous thing, that it'd prove itself useful sooner or later. Vault Hunter simply couldn't use that yet.
I guess that's he's done. Ooh, what's this? I like how you can see all the way back to where you came from. What's that over there? I feel like we were over there before, but I don't think that's right, because it's not on the map. Nice looking trees. This DLC feels calm. Like, I like that. And it's very much kind of like the quiet of the Old West, where the only time things really get loud is when there's gunfire involved. They toss other beer bottles in the water. Oh, outhouse.
Bounty Hunter. My name is Jameson Harada, town historian. I'm reaching out because it looks like you're nearing a marker for Carson Sato's travelogue. Sato used to be a sheriff in Vestige a few decades back. He rode out one day with a posse to hunt down the Devil Riders, but never returned. I'd appreciate your help in documenting his story. Please, Bounty Hunter, search out the Sato travelogue in that area for me.
Oh, maybe Sato is the narrator.
Jet beasts are fueled, irons loaded. Time to head out and hunt down those Devil Rider bastards. We'll ride for the company baths first. I'll leave a few supplies here and there in case anyone wants to join us. But with Ruth Kanara, Rico Alston, and Kendo the Kite by my side, those Devil Riders will be cold in the grave before sundown.
Sheriff's Protection. Who carries more weight, a title or a name?
You saved our hides. That's what you did. But the town don't see that. They want you gone. Or dead.
Can't blame them. They know my name, what I am, what I've done.
Well, we wouldn't be here talking just now if not for you. So, you can stay in town. If you want.
Don't know which is safer, Sheriff. Out there, Devil Riders will hunt me down. But if I stay in town, who's to say I go to sleep one night and don't wake to see the daybreak?
I'll keep my people at bay. Just do your best not to provoke them. No one's gonna forgive you, Hatchet, but if you're looking for redemption, sure as ruin you can fight for it.
Guess I'm full on ammo again. The Blast Plains. Cool. Gather Day Market. The town map is so big that it has multiple zones in it. I like that. I like that a lot. I wish there was a bit more interactivity. Not necessarily more NPCs walking around, but like this looks like a shop. It'd be nice if the curtain was pulled open and you could order food. That's something I wish you could do in Borderlands. Like, yeah, food might not necessarily do anything, but it'd be cool just to see your character like pull up a stool, sit down, and just eat some grub. I mean, you can kind of do that with drinks at Moxie's. Those sometimes gives you buffs. But you don't actually see your character drink it. Oh, tractor. Pact with the devil. If you play with the devil, expect to get bit.
You called for me, Sheriff?
It's about Juno.
Sheriff, I don't know what you heard, but whatever it was, she started it.
Duly noted. Now listen, Titus. I ain't saying to trust her, but she's like one of them devils. Turn them against your enemy, she'll tear them to pieces. We can use her.
Controlling devils? That's the Rider's game, Sheriff. You've said so yourself. Only a matter of time before one turns on you.
Well, right now, we need all the help we can get. Even if it bites us in the long run. Keep an eye on her, but keep her safe all the same.
I don't like this one bit, Sheriff.
I don't expect you to like it, Titus, but I do expect you to follow orders.
So are they just using her? Whoa. Blackstone Plaza. I feel like there's still a lot of stuff I'm missing, but that's kind of okay. I'm not really trying to, well, actually, I'm trying to explore everything, but... Huh. I'm trying to explore the outer perimeter of the town first, and then work my way more centrally. Place of worship, I'm guessing? What is this? Okay. Quiet fellow. Doesn't appear to want to talk. No one feels like talking. There's the sheriff's place. Oh, a lot. Oh, it's like a first-class cell right there. Let's check the bank. First Bank of Vestige. Oh, look at that! It has its own built-in air conditioning system there. How about that? Oh, wanted, dead or alive, or just dead. Rose the Butcher, leader of the Devil Rider gang. How about that? Stardew Valley, Devil Milk. Ew. Well, she seemed like an okay person. No one's gonna try and shoot me if I go for the vault? I thought that was going to explode. I thought that was like a trap. So if you try to open this up, it would just like explode in your face and you would die instantly. And like that would be a good way to protect the vault. Oh, even if you manage to get in here, you still can't collect anything. That hurts. I'm gonna guess that maybe this is like your reward for completing the DLC. Maybe you get to come in here and you get to open all this stuff. That'd be neat. I will say I'm a little let down by this, unless maybe this is something that unlocks in the future, where I was hoping, since there is a bank here, that you would be able to come in here and use this as a second storage area, just like on Sanctuary 3. Not that you would have a separate bank from what you have on Sanctuary 3, but that maybe you could just come over here and like access the deposit boxes, or maybe access an NPC behind here or something to be able to deposit and pull items out from the bank on Sanctuary 3. Like they would be linked, essentially. That would be nice. Yeah, well.
Fancy looking tech right there. Didn't seem like the Vault Hunter would use it that way.
Looks like maybe it's a water pump. Nice hat.
Every respectable town's got itself a saloon. Perfect place to drink down some local knowledge and get the lay of the land. So figured the Vault Hunter.
Oh, is this a saloon? They never patched the photo mode bug? What's the photo mode bug? And who's Freddy? You mentioned earlier. Ah, this is the saloon. Yeah, we're gonna save that for a bit. Freddy the Traitor? I don't know who that is. Have I encountered him yet? Oh, that's the saloon with a fast travel point. I got you. Well, if that's a saloon, then what's this? This looks like it could have been a saloon as well. Oh, this is in Cox Theater. It's an entertainment place. Scene missing. Reel 2. Aww. Someone stole their movie reel. Oh, it's going through all the reels. They're all missing. Oh, here we go. Freddy is in DLC 1, so yes, you encountered him. Freddy the Traitor. Oh, I remember him, yeah. The guy in the... with the hip bag. And who wore, like, bright pink and neon clothes and had the mullet. The mullet hairstyle. Yeah, he has the same dialogue, or he'll speak the same dialogue about like the bots whenever you would like travel someplace. I gotcha. And the photo mode bug lets you use photo mode to clip through walls and grab things you normally couldn't. Oh, interesting, interesting. Oh, so they only have the credits to the movie, they don't have the full movie. Aw. I would have liked to, you know, sit down in one of these chairs and just watch the movie. That'd be cool, too, if they actually allowed that. Like, I totally would have been game to just, like, sit down and watch a Borderlands created movie. A stapler. Modern technology. I really love the technology of Borderlands. Like, a lot of this stuff is really old school tech, but Borderlands itself is not an old school kind of tech game. It just depends on the planet that you're on. Like, if you're on any planet controlled by Hyperion, then you're looking at like a really high tech, or even Maliwan, a really high tech area. But generally, if it's someplace controlled by Jacobs, it's gonna have more of an old school style look to it, and I think that's pretty cool. That's some variety there. It's a fistful of smuggers. Smuggers? Like smilers? The Gorgonoth. Oh, Rampage of the Gorgonoth. Ooh. Is that the raid boss in this DLC? Oh, that's another question I have. Are there no raid bosses in the DLCs? I mean, like, this might be one, I don't know. But, like, there was no raid boss in DLC 1 that I'm aware of. There was no raid boss in DLC 2. So far, I'm only aware of one raid boss, and that's, I think, the raid boss from the main campaign, which is on, I think it's on Pandora. No raid bosses? So that in mind, players can still use photo mode to open the chest and grab the guns from the Bank of Vestige, meaning early Dakota. I'm guessing Dakota's like a really awesome gun. Only ones are Wotan, Scourge the Invincible, Martyr, and Hemivorous. The only one I'm aware of is Hemivorous. I think that's the one that you start near Claptrap. And sure, let's throw Ista from Ys Last 3. He doesn't seem that hard, though. Unless he gets harder each time you fight him. Penitent's Watch. He gets harder every time? Interesting. I'm guessing we'll be able to get in there at some point. Ew. Poopy. Oh, I thought we were about done. I thought we'd seen just about everything, but when I glance up in the upper right-hand corner and check the map, it looks like we're still not unlocking things, but we're still exploring pieces of the map that we haven't seen yet. No, I thought there might be an audio log down there. Until he caps out at being labeled Ista the Invincible for Ys Last 3 and all subsequent fights with him. There we go. Oh no! I thought this whole thing was a platform. Man. I don't think I'm going to be able to make it now. Oh. I was wrong. I thought I would have had to jump up there on that wooden sign and then jump from there, and I would have made it. Doc Stanley's. Alright, I guess let's go say hello to the doc. Oh, doc's closed. Doc Stanley's Miracle Elixir. Oh, he's one of those doctors. He has a cure-all. Thank you. Is this the entrance that I came through? It is. Now entering Vestige. Alright, let's go hit up that vending machine. Oh, cloning Hex. I love cloning Hex. Unfortunately, it's radiation, which probably works a lot better than cryo, but I just really prefer cryo on Zane. Oh, that is a rocket launcher. I thought that was a sniper rifle when I first picked it up. I'm like, this is an insane looking sniper rifle. $6.6 million so far. Nice. I don't remember how much money we need to buy our next SDU upgrade, though.
Well, howdy, Tomodachi.
I forgot to check. Looking at the wiki, apparently Weasloss 3 gives you a unique shotgun. Ooh. What element? And what does it do? Like, does it have a unique weapon effect? Because if the unique shotgun is cryo, and it's a cool shotgun, then I may just say the heck with it and just go back and do it. Kissing Bella. Very friendly. May respond to name. Known to bite. Better than the best. Reba's refried beans. I do love refried beans. 10 out of 10 real cowboys say better than Betty's by far. Reba's super special formula. It's a steal to heal what ails ya. Doc Stanley's Miracle Elixir. 100% effective. Multi-purpose. Doc's special formula. Wholesale discount available. I could see that being a shield in the future, like a unique shield. I could see that being a side quest. I could see that being a side quest. Seize your future. The largest core mine on the planet. Core? You're mining core? Maybe it's a unique element. Camp Amplecore. By order of the sheriff, use of company contraptions is hereby declared a crime punishable by law. Punishable by law? Those caught in violation will be substantially fined. Repeat offenders will likely be shot, probably in the leg. Report all violations directly to the sheriff's office for a reward and a hearty pat on the back. Oh, that's funny. The Frontier's finest, Betty's Baked Beans. Awarded Best Baked Beans for breakfast or brunch. I like baked beans, too. Betty's Super Secret Recipe. Well, they don't have to compete. They're different beans. Refried beans are different from baked beans. Nettles Artisanal Soap. Handmade with 100% local ingredients. Sacrificial Lamb. No element. Kali Ma Shakti De. Heals the character for 25% of the discarded weapon's damage when it explodes. Guaranteed erratic shooting and homing accessories. The flavor text is a phrase used to invoke the spiritual power of Kali, the Hindu goddess of creation, preservation, destruction, fear, and death. It is also a reference to a quote in the 1984 movie Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom. Good movie. That sounds cool, but it's not something I would use. If it were cryo and it did that, I would use it. But I'm not going to, like, no. The only way I would use that, I guess, is if the damage were insane. And when I say insane, I mean if it were better than the Hellwalker. Like, the Hellwalker is ridiculous. You mean Zane has that skill to add cryo to his guns, right? He does, that's true, and I have that skill. I fully invested in it. But do you think it would be better than the Hellwalker? Like, even if I log the quest, I think I'm like level 63 now, or maybe 64. I think I'm 63. Even if I got at 64, that'd be 8 levels above the Hellwalker. But the Hellwalker is so OP with its damage output. I don't know if it would, I don't know. Probably not. If you use it over the stupidly OP Hellwalker, then it would be purely for fun. I see. I mean, I like the fact it has an added tankiness to the gun. It does heal you. That's nice, but... like, I can see that being helpful. Is that it? That's not it. We still have more of the map left to explore. I don't think I ever explored all of the map or maps in the other 2 DLCs. But that's also because those maps were typically aggressive or violent maps, as opposed to this one, which is just a very calm, chill location. I think we explored it all now, though. Except for the, that place we can't get into because it's locked. If any shotgun can go toe-to-toe with the Hellwalker, then it would probably be the Anarchy, and even then, it takes time to get there. Well, maybe as we play through this DLC, we might find a better Hellwalker. I don't know. I'm guessing the Hellwalker is, like, it can be found anywhere. Like, it's a world drop. It probably has a better chance of dropping from a certain mob, maybe. But I'm guessing it's also a world drop, so maybe maybe we will get lucky and get a better one. That would be pretty awesome. Map, that's right. And so, yeah, we've explored everything. The only thing we weren't able to explore was this area right here, And that's because there's a gate, like, right there that prevents us from getting in. So, we're done with map exploration. Let's go. Oh, wait, what is this? Lost loot machine. Oh, that's right. We never went inside the saloon. So we never got to see that. Okay, lost loot machine is in there. A quick change station is in there. And our mission is in there. And I know there's also a fast travel point in there. Okay. Let's go to saloon and get ourselves a drink. Giddy up.
Clientele in there didn't take too kindly to outsiders. Not a bad place to have a tour.
Non-saloon.
No sign of the sheriff. Vault Hunter made friends with the locals.
Couldn't even rightly call this swell a drink. Don't you sell me devil piss and call it a beverage, Linda.
The question was, how to get the bar's attention.
Ooh, you gonna let him talk to you like that?
Now settle down, drunk William. You remember what happened last time you took that tone from me.
Yeah, we all do.
You done dealt me spit and told me it was top shelf. Now pour me another.
Drink the one you got first.
Pour me another, damn it.
There they go again, the old stare down. I got 5, says Willie blinks first.
Yeah, I'll take that action.
Talk to barkeep or shoot out the player piano. I don't want to shoot out the player piano. I'll probably just go talk to the barkeep. I like the piano. Hellwalker is a world drop with a dedicated... Nice, nice. What's the dedicated? Aww. It cycles between different songs. Yeah, I definitely want to keep the piano around. Road Dog and the Splinterlands. Ooh. I guess there's a secret area behind here? Looks like it. Don't mind me. Oh, she spilled some oil back here. That's not good.
I like the cut of your jib, though I admit I haven't the foggiest what a jib might be.
The Old Crew, 2020. Oh, this is neat. This looks like maybe it's the developers over at Gearbox Software. That's pretty cool.
For the next half hour, it's buy one, get one half free. It's a good deal. You'll have to trust me on that. Keep your damn shirt on, you lout. I got a proper customer here for a change. Sorry about that. But ain't you a sight? Newcomer, huh? What can I do for you?
Well, hey there. I'm Zane. Hear about the bounty. Where's the sheriff at?
Oh, sure, Sheriff is... Hey, Drunk William, don't you start nothing.
Damn outsiders! I swear on the stone y'all are more trouble than you're worth! Which ain't spit! Sheriff never should have drawn up that bounty. I reckon I'll save them Devil Riders some trouble and run you off my own self.
Oh, that is just precious.
Come on, let's knock some knuckles, outsider. Or are you scared? You're so dumb, I'll bet you couldn't teach a devil to bite.
Punch Drunk William.
You ain't nothing but a fester cock.
Oh, he's level 67. And he has shields. Interesting.
Devil's clothing.
He's my level.
Devil Riders shoot first and don't blink. They're quicker than they look.
You are of low intelligence, Tomodachi. Look at you. You're so ugly you make the train take a dirt road.
For the next half hour, it's buy one, get one half free.
I kind of just want to hang out,
You'll have to trust me on that.
listen to more of his dialogue.
You ain't nothing but a fester cock.
What'd you call me?
I'll be here.
Better take that back. Ah.
Hey! You can't come in here and knock out her favorite drunk, you asshole!
Drunk William was the only asshole here, except for maybe you. You leave him be.
It was a classic bar fight. Ball Country considered doing it the old-fashioned way, rather than wasting bullets.
Participate in bar brawl. Punch 3 bar patrons. Alright. What? Ah.
Oh, y'all get a hold of your damn selves. Especially you, Drunk William.
I tried.
Knock that crap off before I knock it out of you myself. And Melinda, quit with them weak pores. People can't keep up morale on weak pores. Now listen up, everyone. Next round's on me. And as for you, newcomer, sure as the sun hides at night, it is damn fine to see you here. Come on, I want to show you something.
Oh. Oh well. Road Dogg has a 30% drop rate for a legendary from his pool of 3 items. Does Road Dogg scale, though? Like, to your level? Oh, they all have unique names. Herb, Ko, Jinsen, Yosuke, Felice, Maiko. Oh, that's Maiko. Well, then who's this? I guess she's just bartender for now. He scales to your level with Mayhem. Other than that, probably not.
I've been fighting the Devil Riders since I was a young man. Around here, all men don't go gray unless he knows his way around the arms. About that bounty. Decades now we've tried to take care of them Devil Riders ourselves, but gain no ground. I don't mind offering coin for blood so long as I get that blood in cash. So we say.
Quit it! I didn't do nothing to you!
Learn to fight, you inbred mummer. Sheriff's called in all these roughnecks because people like you are too scared to proper. Damn fools! As though we don't have enough troubles around here. Say, you want to take care of this one newcomer? Bet you can't hit that hat off old Pete's domicile.
Go easy on the Pete. You're gonna wake the snakes.
No, I won't. I'm the best damn gunslinger in this town, and I'll kill anyone who says it. What a shot.
Dang! I can see your skin cap, Pete, and it's redder than a devil's wee-wah.
Fine shot. Let's keep moving. Quit looking at me, you angry bastards! You're no friends of mine!
Thanks, stranger. Thought old Pete had me sorted for a minute.
Well, now that we've had our fun, it's time to talk business. The bounty's straight simple. Hunt those devil riders down and I pay you for the pleasure. Hey, Sheriff!
Howdy, Sheriff.
Shut the hell up! Can't you see I got company? Oh, sorry, Sheriff.
Didn't mean anything by it, Sheriff.
Go ahead. Harsh place, I suppose, but safe enough here. Devils stay clear of town. Some folks say it because of that right there. The Obsidian Stone. Town's pride and joy. Now, I ain't the superstitious type, but if some stone gives the town peace of mind, fine by me. You know, some ain't happy I drew up that bounty, but I'm glad you're here. Those devil rider bastards are gonna do it. And I got a feeling we're the ones that do it.
We're under attack! Fill your hands, you Devil Rider scum!
Devil riders, blasted to ruin. Long as I live, you
Defend the Obsidian Stone.
Right, that's how this... Death wish? Right. Take a look at me, little friend.
I hope you die a crossroads!
Pay for your crimes, you scoundrel!
Oh, that was the black hole effect that pulled him down out of the sky.
You'll be all right, Tomodachi. Now my legend ends. You ain't leaving this place. Looking forward to the bell.
Oh! Who revived me? Oh, it was a sheriff. Thank you, Sheriff. I got too relaxed. Telezapper Honcho.
Let's break some more bang!
Ooh.
Say your prayers.
Conquer that cap! It's time to settle up! Suppose!
Just like in the stories.
Sheriff! They're in the market!
Newcomer, get to the market. Drive those devil riders back. I'll hold the square. Go show them why I hired you.
Alright, but real quick. Besides, once you hit 72, I'd be willing to give you my Hellwalker, since I'm not going to be using it anytime soon. No, that's fine. I'd either farm for a new Hellwalker, if I really wanted one, or I would just cycle out to something that would be stronger, that I have access to once I hit 72, until I just, like, if it's better than the Hellwalker at that point. That better than my current level Hellwalker. I want to go back to my quest log. I want to see if this has changed at all. There we go. Bloody Harvest. Descent into Heck. Oh. We still have to collect more Hectoplasm. That's what we're doing. Okay. Gotcha, gotcha, gotcha. 10% is a painful drop, but understandable. What do you mean by 10% is a painful drop? Town's being invaded. He's just still sitting there chilling. %10 drop rate for the Hellwalker from dedicated. Oh, I see. High caliber deliverance shield. Is that a unique item? I think I'll hold on to that for a bit. I don't think I'll use it, but I'll hold on to it. That's not unique, no red text? Oh. Never mind then. Nice effect, though. Gather Day Market.
Still got it.
There's a new lawman in town. Uh-oh. I like how hard they hit. Makes it more challenging.
Use wisely, suckers!
That's hilarious. I love the black hole effect of the shield. That's far. Like, he was standing, like, right there, and she was all the way over there. And she got, like, just yanked and dragged all the way across the area. That was funny. Bath area. Air to tan some hides. New skin? Battle driver weapon trinket. Battle driver. Wonder what that looks like. Oh, it's a cowboy hat. Yeah, why not? That's a cute little hanging hat. I think I might have to actually start to fire my gun more in this DLC.
Long time, Sheriff.
Butcher Rose.
You've got something of mine. I just came to get it back. Nice to catch up, Sheriff.
I didn't think that was going to happen. Uh-oh. One ghost. Aw, I should have shot it. I thought it was gonna, I guess there's a limit to how far it can travel. Oh, I can revive him. I guess I can't revive him. Sheriff badge.
Just like that. Sheriff. All the Vault Hunter could do was take his badge and make sure he got it. Juno. Butcher Rose had left her mark on the town. The smart money was on her Devil Riders coming back. Whoever this Juno was, you better know how to fight.
Sheriff! He's dead! Oh, mercy, no. Hey, you over there! Where's Juno? She's up on the beach. Titus! Where the hell are you, Titus? Sheriff's dead! Butcher Rose killed him! Titus!
Back for more, huh?
I wonder if Rose is affected by that weird plant growth from Fight for Sanctuary DLC in Borderlands 2. And maybe that huge egg was like, I don't know, maybe that was related to it somehow. There's no reviving a bullet to the chest? I guess not. Besides, his death was set up in a cutscene. He was doomed from the start. Vehicle or melee? Shield recharge delay. What's that at? 2.72. Movement speed 1.93. Recoil reduction 1.89. Reload speed 1.93. 1.89. I guess I'd go for fight for your life movement speed. Oh, is that there's Titus. Looks like Titus. Nope, just townsfolk. Ooh. I forgot about that. We got a gun. A new handgun. Alright. Let's see here. Level 67, Jacob's Dueling Pea Shooter. A pea shooter. That's funny. Critical hits ricochet 3 bullets at the nearest enemy. Nice. If you think there's no risk, take a good dose. 2.2 times weapon zoom, plus 63% reload speed, plus 10% critical hit damage, plus 33% weapon damage. I wonder if this is like supposed to be the sheriff's gun. And it's like ours now since he died. Pea shooter. Pea Shooter is a unique pistol in Borderlands 3 manufactured by the Jacobs Corporation. It is exclusive to the Bounty of Blood DLC for Borderlands 3, and is obtained from the mission Blood from a Stone. Special weapon effect fires a 2-round burst. Shots detonate on impact. Critical hits drop 3 mini explosives. Really? Interesting. I like the 2-round burst. I really like shots detonate on impact. That's basically an explosive rounds Borderlands 1 pistol, but I wonder if it has travel time. Actually, if it has no travel time, this is actually a better version of a Borderlands 1 explosive gun, which makes me think that there's travel time. The Pea Shooter is a potent explosive revolver. Not only do its shots explode on impact, it creates additional mini explosives on critical hits. Its main drawbacks are its mediocre accuracy and small mag size. However, its quick reload speed somewhat makes up for the small mag. Old school explosive gun. I mean, ultimately, I'm not going to use it because it's not cryo, and it has no element, but I do want to try it. And I'll save it. Interesting. I see what they mean by the 2 bursts, though. Like, if you're shooting from a mid-range or close range, it's pretty cool. But if it's a far range, maybe you'll get lucky with the first shot, but the second shot's gonna miss. And yet the pea shooter is still overshadowed by the Unkempt Herald, or the Tizzy, or the Light Show. Oh, this thing fell off of the theater. So now I actually know that's a theater. The cloak that was up there before.
Back for more, huh?
Oh, Juno's the one that stays in here.
Get out here, Hatchet!
We just want to catch up with you.
Come on already! Get the hell out of here!
Rose put a price on your head, and we aim to collect.
You're done!
Didn't seem as though fighting would be an issue for her.
I guess not.
Well, you ain't got no devil rider ink on you, so I figure you ain't these dead bastards. State your business, stranger.
Sheriff's dead. Rose Often.
Dead? Prove it.
Got his badge right here. He said it's yours.
Badge, huh? Give it here, then. Sheriff, he was the only one in town who ever trusted me, who had my damn back. Now, this don't make no sense. If I pin this badge to my vest, the whole town will think I killed him. But that ain't important now. Where the hell is Rose?
Ran off with that big old stone.
She killed him over a damn stone? Enough's enough. You came here for the sheriff's bounty, didn't you? I'll honor it. Now follow me. Betting I know where Rose took the stone. Devil Rider hideout in the Ashfall Peaks. First, I got something you might need. This way. Devil Riders call this a breezer. Don't ask me how these things work. They're a hell of a ride. Here, you need this.
Syringe.
Give it a try. See if you can get up on the rooftops. Devil Riders broke into the old company facility a while back. Sheriff outlawed company tech, but the Devil Riders use it, so you should too. There's no honor fighting fair if all you do is die.
I will, but first, let me look around. Bury the hatchet. The devil's outside the gates, and the devil's within.
I see the damn Devil Rider, Sheriff! The Hatchet! Did you forget what she is, or we need a new sheriff? You shot me! Sheriff, what in ruin is wrong with you?
It'll mend. And as for the rest of you, take the wool out of your ears. I ain't a fool, I know what she is. But any one of you lays a finger on her without my say, I'll shoot you dead and put you outside for the devils to clean. You hear me?
We hear you, Sheriff. We won't cause any more fuss.
Good. But if anyone here wants to challenge me on this, well, go ahead and make your play. Otherwise, get out of here. We got better things to do than bicker amongst ourselves.
$8.4 million already. What does that say? My bad. No, I'm dead. Hmm.
How goes it, Gunslinger?
Step on Breeze Bloom.
There you go.
Vault Hunter went flying like a devil with its tail bit.
Now grab the key I stashed up top. Trust me, you're gonna like what it gets you.
Alright. Mysterious key.
Key goes to a shack outside town. What's inside was mine a long time ago. You put it to good use, I'm sure. From the shack, it ain't far to the Ash Falls. Devil Rider hideout's up there. If I know Rose, that's where she took the stone. Titus, you little bastard, where the hell are you? Titus? Better not have got yourself killed or I'll kill you again!
Interesting.
Anyone seen Titus? Titus! Titus!
Oh, all of these things are activated for me now.
There's a Sato travelogue nearby if you're interested.
Again? I want to know how to get up there to get the log.
You look tough enough to win a staring contest.
I'm guessing maybe you have to get on the roof somehow and then just jump from rooftop to rooftop. Oh, I thought I picked up new stuff. Alright, so how do I get up there? Will I slide off this? No! I thought I was going to slide off, so I started walking against the direction I thought I would slide off. And I somehow fell off the roof. Okay, we're getting there. Now I gotta get over there. Oh, look at that! There's a machine over here. I totally missed that. Huh. But now it's beneath me. I don't think this is gonna work. Oh, maybe it will. Maybe it will. It's in there. Okay. Oh, I see it. Okay, okay. Oh.
Sato here. Me and the gang are fixing to ride out. Now, I know a lot of you folk don't understand me leaving. But those Devil Riders keep getting stronger, and I can't protect the town from here. As soon as we're armed and supplied, it's out to the Basts, like the old days.
Carson Sato, the legend himself. Looks like he left some supplies in town. Might as well take them. Wherever Sato ended up, he's not coming back.
Sato's cache. Oh, is that... That's probably what I saw before, that green locked chest. Okay, so these are kind of like the logs that, that we came across in the main game, from Typhon de Leon.
The shed was just outside of town. Far enough she didn't have to think about it too often. But close enough she could never quite forget.
Behind me and on the left. I think maybe jumping down was a mistake, though. If I would have stayed up there, maybe I could have... I don't know. I can still always get back up there, but... Ooh. That is hot. That was weird. I wonder what the point of that was. Just to get you back into the center of town faster? Behind me on the right. Okay, so it's up there. Alright, so that means I'm going to have to go this way to get back up there.
According to what few books we've got in town, Sato could kill a devil 200 marks away. Shame he never made it back to tell the tale.
Already known. Aw. Extreme Caution Operative Skin. Alright, let's go to that vending machine up there, sell some stuff, and then hit up Juno's shed. Out to the blast plains. I will say so far this is the most relaxed of the DLCs. The first DLC, Handsome Jackpot, there was just stuff happening around you all the time. DLC 2, there were moments when it could be really calm, but it was also always creepy, and that kind of countered the calmness. This one just feels calm a lot of the time. But what's interesting is that it feels more dangerous than the other DLCs. Like, the enemies feel like they hit harder.
That shed had stayed locked since the day Juno came to town, but time hadn't tamed the beast inside.
Open shed. I'll open shed in a few. For now, ooh, we're kind of close to leveling up too. I want to go over here and go back to Sanctuary. And I want to deposit this this gun in my safe, the gun that we just got. And while that's loading, I am going to use the bathroom, and yeah, then I'll BRB. Okay, I'm back. Alrighty. Now I know we have to unequip the gun. Let's get the Jacobs back. That's done. And let's head back to Gehenna. A vestige. A little dust heap of a town, barely clinging to life in the wilds. Is there a side quest here right now? Not that I see. No? Okay. The Blast Plains, dusty wasteland. The company pounded this stretch of Gehenna near to pieces. Shells the size of buildings, spit out by cannons the size of mountains. I'd be sure they were fit to sell after all. Vestige is a township. Okay. Let's see how big this map is. These maps so far aren't too big, which I'm not criticizing. I actually prefer smaller maps. Miracle Elixir Fixer. Money back guarantee. Also money back guarantee. Okay. Oh! I didn't mean to do that. Alright, fast traveling back to the Blast Plains. Ah, hello, Forsaken Soul. How are you doing? Welcome to the stream. Are you late? No, I don't think so. You may drop in or out of the stream whenever you wish, and so in that way you are never late. Nor are you early. You arrive precisely when you mean to, like Gandalf. We've been going a bit now. We're almost at 3 hours. But, it's been a lot of story within a very short period of time. But nothing that can't be caught back up on. How was my week? My week went okay so far. Started a new game on Monday. That was fun. Been making more progress little by little in all my games. Had some cool people hanging with me in chat. And tomorrow, I'm going to a parade. So far it's been good. What about you? How's your week gone? I wonder if that's a poop bucket. Not so good. But forget that, it's in the past now. Well, sometimes that's how it is. Hopefully we just end up having more good weeks than bad. But hopefully this weekend will be well, and hopefully next week will be better than this week.
Not all the Devil Riders' mounts were flesh and blood. Some of them were fire and chrome. We called those jet beasts.
Yes. Go on and kick up some dust with this beast of fire and chrome. We have ourselves another motorcycle. Quick-firing, no-nonsense machine guns with bullets that can ricochet on critical hits. Nice. Lightweight gear for those who want to move fast. Saddlebags. All-purpose chassis with no specific strengths or weaknesses. Bellic skiff. Twin driver boosters. Reliable and consistent. This engine steadily increases your speed the longer it's active.
The Devil Rider hideout was on the other side of the blast plains. With a steed of steel between their legs, it was time to ride for the asphalt peaks.
I wonder if you can use this on non-DLC areas. I'm thinking not. You swear this is the DLC where you can get the unkempt Herald? Interesting. Oh! Oh my gosh. Oh, that was so scary. If it wasn't for that tree, I would have died. I was just seeing what the different buttons did. Across the blast plains. Miracle Elixir Fixer.
Tina, help me up, damn it! Twisted my damn ankle. Hey, you! I need a hand.
Do you know if you can take this with you into non-DLC areas? Like, can I take this bike back to Pandora? Talk to Eli. Miracle Elixir Fixer. A medicine that cures all injuries and illnesses for one low, low price? Well, that's just unbelievable. Seriously, don't believe it.
You see that, Hina? I told you some kind-hearted gunslinger would help me up. Think you got it. All this twisted ankle needs is a shot at Doc Stanley's Miracle Elixir. Got some extras in my shed. Go grab me one if you would.
Leave him to his troubles, gunslinger. My bloody blister of a husband's addicted to that charlatan Stanley so-called miracle elixir. Might as well throw our money down the crapper.
Now, Hina, Doc Stanley's a good man. He can charge thousands, whereas he only charges hundreds. It's a steal to heal what ails you.
That's Doc Stanley's own damn advertising slogan, you mesmerized moron.
Mm-hmm. Come sunup, there's a storm riding in town.
Ho-ho! Hands up, Devil Rider! We got you surrounded!
Don't you kill me yet. I came of my own accord to warn you. Just kill her, Kato. We can't trust her.
Guns down, Tomodachi's. We'll let the sheriff sort this Devil Rider out.
Fine, but don't you change guards. You've got a traitor in your midst, and the town's in danger. Dawn, that's when they'll come, riding like ruin. You'd better be ready for them.
I wonder if Titus is the traitor. Maybe that's why he disappeared and wasn't around when we got invaded. Doc Stanley's Miracle Elixir ad number 1. Doc Stanley's Miracle Elixir, on sale now.
Puffing core make you blind? Suffering from a devil bite? You don't need a fancy city doctor, friend. If you need a quick fixer, try my elixir. That's Doc Stanley's Miracle Elixir, on sale now.
I wonder if it's just alcohol mixed with honey. And some other herbs. When you drink enough alcohol, eventually whatever hurts you is going to stop hurting you. Especially if it's whiskey. Growing their own plants here? Ooh. I'm gonna hold off on that one. Well, I'm curious though. That's good. I thought that little thing down there was going to be so strong it was going to like throw me all the way up there. I didn't miss anything up there, did I? I just realized that. I wonder why I needed an injection for those plants to react to me. What did I inject myself with? I don't see anything down there. Oh, I'm guessing that's his shed over there. Lots of health in here. I was saying earlier, this might be the first time, this DLC might be the first time in a long time where I may actually have to start using my guns again. I mean, before I would use my guns, but I would use my guns in boss fights. I wouldn't really use them in normal encounters. But it seems that I might actually have to start doing that this DLC, because they hit pretty hard. I've almost died multiple times in this DLC so far, because I was just sort of taking things not that seriously, and I got downed multiple times, but I didn't die. But I was just trying to rely on my Sentinel drone and my Digiclone. Miracle Elixir Fixer. Charlatans, hustlers, frauds. It takes a special kind of cowardice to prey upon those in need. Luckily, there are ways of dealing with that special kind of coward around these parts. Get Doc Stanley's Miracle Elixir. Oh, it is here. Doc Stanley's Miracle Elixir. Cures aches, pains, sprains, halitosis, scoliosis, mononucleosis, hemorrhoids, rabies, and indigestion. Do not use while pregnant or trying to become pregnant.
Doc Stanley's Genuine Miracle Elixir. Well, I'm sure that's a load of codswallop.
That's the one! Bring it back! And thank you kindly. Now I'm gonna pay you for your trouble. But first, give me that cure for what ails me.
Ooh, we injected into his neck? This doesn't seem safe.
Well, Ben, here I come. See, Hina? Good as new. Wait, what? Oh, no! Ah!
Eli, no! Damn it! Can't rightly believe I lost another husband. I tried telling the fool that elixir was hogwash, but there ain't no cure for stupid. Yeah, I know, he just died, but facts are facts. Dear Doc Stanley, we gotta destroy his whole operation so ain't no one else widows by spontaneous combustion. We'll start by taking out his raw materials. There's a pumping well he's got providing liquid core for his elixir refinery. How about you take it out?
And so the Vault Hunters set off to sabotage Doc Stanley's whole operation.
Wow, this seems like it's going to be a really involved side quest. Interesting. And it looks like before we get there, we'll be hitting Devil Rustlers and Money Back Guarantee side quests. We'll probably knock those out as well. Alright. It is? Can I talk to her? I can. I cannot. Sabotage the oil well. Wow, these guns are quick.
It's gonna blow!
Hang on just a tick!
That's a good-looking bullet spot. I'm on fire! But not literally.
Well, now I have to go back and get another bicycle. Or another motorbike. You remember Money Back Guarantee? Literally gives you the best gun in the game. What kind of gun is it? Sniper? Shotgun? Handgun? Herald? It's a shotgun. Darn. Forsaken Herald comes later. That is in this DLC, don't worry. It's almost perfect. Jamari, do I get to take this motorcycle with me outside of this DLC?
Dust clouds roamed across the blast plains, raising up the smell of spent munitions and old ghosts. The frontier stretched out so far you could tell yourself the heavens were close.
Oh, there's another vehicle station right here. The bike is DLC locked. Aww. Oh. Ah. Oh, man. No! You only have it in this DLC, and you only get the bike here. No cheesy Cyclone strats here. Man. I lost almost $1 million right there. That stinks. I like this bike. I wish I could keep it. It feels like a Cyclone, but it feels like you have way more control over it than a Cyclone. And the speed at which the guns fire is great, and the bullets ricochet. What is that in there? But at least you can get more parts for it in this DLC, so start hijacking again. That's what I was trying to do when that other bike was shooting me. You hated the new U station in all the games, especially the voice lines. Aww. You miss Scooter? I hear it.
This is mine now.
Haha. Revenge. Oh no. No! No, let me keep it. Jeez. Oh my goodness. level up and new parts. Alright, skill points. Refreshment. Tier 2. Whenever Zane damages a frozen enemy with his weapon, he gains some of that damage back as health. 16%. And we also have tokens. Let's see. Probably gunfire rate. Well. Yeah, I guess. Did we gain anything else? $17 of $30. Chimera says, oh no, you haven't learned how to use the crystals yet, have you? I have not. And Ratiga is here. Hello, Ratiga. How are you doing? Chimera says, so this quest might be locked out for you until you do. And Chimera answers Soul's question, do you play with viewers? Chimera says he sometimes does. So if you wait a month or two, then you might be able to join in on a Borderlands 3 co-op session for what might be the last Borderlands 3 stream on the channel. And I only say might because plans do change. Okay, so yes. Yes, I do want to experience all of the challenge for the most part on my own in Borderlands, and I do just kind of like taking my own time with things. But I've noticed there are several challenges in Borderlands 3 that really seem group-focused or group-oriented. And those are going to be multiplayer. So we're going to do... I can show you the list. Pretty much all of these side missions are going to be multiplayer. So we're going to do Weaslass Part 2, Weaslass Part 3, Takedown in the Maliwan Black Site, all of the discovery areas... And we're also going to do... might do some raid bosses. We're also going to do these Circles of Slaughter. And... I feel like I'm forgetting something. I feel like there's more. Oh... And we're going to do the, I forget what it's called. But it's the gun event. Let's go back to the map. It's on Sanctuary. Or you start it on Sanctuary. Oh, the markers aren't here. But it's the gun event. With Axel, I think it's Axel, and with two characters from Borderlands 2, I'll say that. Or Axton, that's his name, Axton. They added the Bloody Harvest into Borderlands 3. Yes, they did. Arms Race? Yes, thank you, Arms Race. We'll likely do Arms Race, oh no, as well. Yeah, you don't see me, right? You don't see me at all. No. I'm not even here. Oh, nope, he sees me. That felt good. Okay. What did we unlock? New gun? No. No. Ah. Lukivore Bloodhauler. A juggernaut among jet beasts. This chassis is tough and heavy at the cost of speed. I feel like I'd rather go that route because this thing gets blown up pretty quickly. No! I have done that pretty consistently throughout Borderlands 3. Well, I'll go and I'll make a change to a vehicle, and then I'll back completely out of the menu, and then I'll have to go re-enter the menu just to get the vehicle to spawn. Okay. Well, the side quest that I logged, I think I can continue on. Have to go straight, and then to the left, through here. I'm gonna stop, move into the left over here, and check out Devil Rustlers. And after looking at the map, okay, I'm not even sure I'm going the right way. Am I supposed to go this way? No. Go back to the right. Take the high road. And now I think I might swerve to the left. Yes. Ah, another fast travel point. Nice. Big Guzzle's Pump and Charge. Devil Rustlers. Roughneck rustlers are rounding up a rancher's roarers. Return them rapidly for a rich reward. It's a lot of R's right there.
My name's Margot. I run the ranch down the way, and I need some help. God dang devil rustlers are rustling all over my farmstead. They ran off my sow-bellied farmhands, too. Now, I ain't one for duelifying, so I've done barricaded myself in the ranch house. If you're hearing this, I need help on the pronto.
Leeches on the ass of polite society. The Vault Hunter would be doing Gehenna a favor by taking them out.
I am questioning swapping out this gun, though. It's a good gun. I like it. But it's not cryo. Like, I can trigger a cryo effect with it, but that's not its default mode. And a lot of Zane's effects happen when he like freezes an enemy. What is that? Oh, it's just a tree. I just haven't come across like a really good cryo legendary handgun. Oh boy, this place has 6 different farmable loot sources in it. Alright. Where is this at? That's all the way down there. We're not going to do that just yet. Let's go... Well, also the other side quest is like right there. Let's go log the other side quest too. Straight, a bit to the left. Okay. Ah, hello there. You've linked a map of the place to Discord when you decide to take all 6 of them on the farmable things. Okay. And I'm back up to 9.6 mil.
Hey, yo! Nah, you wouldn't be interested. Unless you want to get your hands on some real firepower.
Sure. Money back guarantee. A specialty firearm. At this price, it'd be fiscally irresponsible not to buy it.
Are you in the market for a genuine, rarefied, bona fide firearm? Original company elite stock. Restored to its original condition by yours truly. And who am I? General Samuel Stickley. That's who! Now, I stand behind all my firearms. So if you don't think this is the biggest, baddest cannon you ever laid your twitches on, well, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll issue you a money-back guarantee.
Pay 15 grand? Sure. Pay for your new favorite weapon.
You made the right decision, friend. You won't regret it. Now, on account of the fact that it's dangerous as all ruin, I left the weapon safe and sound nearby. Well away from any innocent bystanders, anyway. I'll mark the stash spot on your map for you. Now, go pick up your new favorite weapon already.
Hard to turn down a firearm that sounded so good. Vault Hunter went off to find their new bona fide iron.
Oh, where's my new shooter already?
Well, I guess we're doing this side quest first then. Everybody gets what they're owed, eventually. Oh, that's Marcus money? That's funny. Oh, I can get some of the money back. It looked like inside there was a, what do you call it? A tape that I could load into my, my radio thing. It is dark in here. Uh-oh. What is... Ah! You should probably wait until the game teaches you how to use those crystals before you do those 6 things. Looks like maybe I'm supposed to go this way, but... Oh, am I supposed to go this way? Looks like there's something going on down there, too. Oh, that's the thing that pushed me up here.
bad one at that. I'll find a sticky fella for a money back guarantee.
Something didn't smell right about this whole situation. Vault Hunter went back getting some answers.
100% genuine fake-obs. The Shoddy is the best meme weapon in the game. Iron Will the Shoddy. Is there any special effect that it may have? Oh, that's funny. It does have a special effect. Fires pellets that immediately fall to the ground. Apart from an aggressive playstyle or melee-oriented enemies, the Shoddy is a novelty weapon as it's only usable for point-blank combat. Let's try it out. Oh yeah, it felt like right there.
Oi! Stickley! Come on out, you smooth-talking swindler. I want my money back.
That bona fide charlatan Stickley had taken the money and run. Vault Hunter set to tracking the bastard down and getting his money back.
Guaranteed.
Listen to Stickley's message.
If you're hearing this, you're a sucker. Here's your guarantee. You ain't ever gonna find me.
Oh, Stickley, man, no one will speak this. I'm gonna find you.
Find clue to Stickley's location. Stickley's notes.
Let's see. I'm Stickley. I'm a real Varkidars. Yeah, whatever. Blah, blah, blah. Yeah. Something about a force.
The papers Stickley left behind seemed to point to the nearby fort.
Oh, a force! I haven't killed a man in a fort since that time with the egg beaters.
Now, where's that at? Which route should I go first? Which side quest should I do first? Finish up money back guarantee. Miracle elixir. I guess it seems like it's going to be shorter. So let's go with money back guarantee. Alright. Everybody gets with their road and eventually find the fort. Alright. Do we still have the gun on us? We do.
And so the Vault Hunter went off on the road to revenge and repay. Back in the day, Company Fort was where they stored all sorts of munitions. Town held it for a time, but then the Devil Riders took it over. Like most things. Figured a snake like Stickley would hold up with Devil Riders.
Would you look at that? A whole squadron of targets. Let's get to it then.
Mineral Elixir can't be done until you learn about the crystals. Yay, new fast travel point. Wait, where am I going? I guess this way. Get it.
This is mine, you stickly prick! That's the old Zane Flint guarantee! You got a death wish?
Commencing the shooting!
No, not me! Shoot him!
Fucking!
I kind of feel like I do at the beginning of this game. I'm starting to feel challenged again. Fort Kickwater. Prep for a visit to Marisu. Knew you. Oh. I didn't even have time for New You to activate.
What's happening out there? I sure hope it's a bunch of Devil Riders being sent to ruin.
I'm getting close. Yeah, I saw last time I needed like 9. I guess now I need 5.
Ooh.
Find prisoner. Ooh. So I guess I'll be back here eventually. If I find the books that are scattered around this area. Hold U didn't trigger since you hit the button a second after the clone killed an enemy. I also get confused about how to use it. Like, I don't know if you hold it down or if you just tap it. I think you just tap it, but I feel like, I don't know. Often I hold it down. Let me see. I'm pretty sure that's not the way you use it. Hold U. Press L2 or R2 during Fight for Your Life if Digiclone is active to destroy the clone and immediately gain a second wind with full health. Okay, so you just tap it. You don't have to hold it down. Okay. And it's L2 or R2. Okay.
Please tell me you killed all those Devil Rider bastards infesting my fort. Actually, please tell me after you get me out of this cage.
Free prisoner. I kind of hope that once you free him, this fort remains safe, like, forever. Since I know I have to come back here eventually to get that metal case.
Ooh, yeah. Wouldn't take another minute in that cell. Thanks, stranger.
General Marks.
I'm General Marks. Me and my militia, the Marks Brethren, have been fighting to retake this fort. But some swindler tricked me good and I ended up all locked up here. And he stole my uniform. I think his name was Dickory, Sickly, Prickly.
Bastard's name is Stickly. That won't matter soon, because I'm gonna kill him. Where's he at?
Well, stranger, you're in luck. He may be a smooth talker, but he's also a loudmouth. Heard him say it was heading back to his hideout in the abandoned mines. Oh, and try to get my uniform back, won't you? Shameful to be waltzing around in my drawers like this.
Sounded like the Vault Hunter might finally have that greasy little rat coat.
Now, is he gonna stay here? So, when I get his uniform back, I can bring it to him? Or is he gonna... Was that just a quest that will go unfulfilled? L2 or R2 depending on what button you press to summon the clone. Oh, that makes sense. So it'd be R2 for me. What's this?
Bounty Hunter, I got a little something extra I want you to do. Of course, there's a bonus in it for you. See, Rose has a whole mess of lieutenants across Gehenna. Real dangerous folk. I want you to thin her ranks and take them off the board. Sound good? I thought it might. Careful, Bounty Hunter. You're coming up on Ipswich Dunn. He's a wily bastard. Quick, too. He's got himself the fastest mount on Gehenna. Try to keep up.
That is a big gun. I wonder if this is going to come into play later for something. Oh, there's two big guns here. Uh-oh. Wait, what is that? Gehenna's Most Wanted. Eliminate Ipswich Dune. Oh, he's right here. I thought I'd have to travel quite some ways to find him. Alright then, I mean, I was just going to fast travel back to my vehicle. But if he's right here, sure, I'll go take him out. Up and to the right. Ipswich Dune is one of the 6 targets in the Blast Plains. Gotcha. Surprise! Two more. Maybe I will keep this one, this gun. Because when I come across a boss, I use it. Holy hell, that's strong.
Give me an assist. Distracted, will you?
Like shooting fish from a baby.
What? Like shooting fish from a baby?
Told you he was quick. He used to specialize in running down deserters from the gang. But everybody's got to slow down sometime, and you stopped that son of a bitch dead in his tracks.
It's high news somewhere.
Where'd you go? Where are you? Where are you? Come on. Come on. Oh, there you are. There you are. Oh, you cheater. Oh. I'm coming for you now. Nothing but blood and bones now. I wish that it were like cryo all the time, but I mean, when I did the alternate fire mode and I locked on and then I just fired a whole bunch of cryo shots, like it was just ridiculous. It dealt so much damage. It's kind of like, I don't know, maybe I should stay with this gun. Oh, nothing behind here. Thought maybe I'd find another echo log. I'm always on the lookout for echo logs. 25 out of 25. Maurice is ready to open a portal to heck for you now. Really? I didn't expect that. I thought like that would be like an not end game, but I thought that would be like an end event activity. Like I'd have to do pretty much everything else in order for that to be an option. Alright, well before I do that, I want to try to knock out the rest of this side quest. We want to get our money back. What is going on here?
Take a look at me, little friend.
Am I going the wrong way? Not necessarily. Ample core veins. Oh, that's the wall I couldn't break earlier. This feels like I'm going someplace different. Go to the abandoned mine. I guess it's not where we first met him. Okay. So, up and to the right. Uh-oh. I forgot about the ghost. Level up! Vault card level 12. The portal to Heck can be done at any point after grabbing 25 hectoplasm, so it's technically an end event thing. However, the sooner it's done, the better, as not to waste potential hectoplasm drops from ghosts. Oh, so that means you can actually get more hectoplasm for something else? Spend our guardian tokens. What do we want? Critical or shield? Well, critical's at what? 2.8. Shield recharges at 2.8. Ooh, max health. I do like max health. Oh, but elemental damage, though. Or reload speed. Elemental damage. Coming for you. More hectoplasm drops for a future run of Heck. Oh, you can like go back and farm the boss. I guess that's there. But every time you need like more hectoplasm. A possessed outlaw is called a fiend. I can see that making sense. Where is this guy? Oh my gosh. Do I still have the right quest selected? I do. I thought this was going to be a short quest. It looks like you have to go all the way up here, and eventually you kill him somewhere around here. Excuse me, fellas.
Face the devil! No!
No. No one will remember you. Yeah, Heck can be rerun multiple times, each run needing 25 hectoplasm. I see. When the ghosts hit me, the green ghost, what does that do to me? I'm guessing it gives me some sort of debuff? I feel like I'm going to have to learn to aim again. I was getting so reliant on my bodyguards. It's like... It debuffs you unless you have a Terra Anoint? Ah, I see. What does it debuff, though? Does it debuff, like, my defense, my movement speed, my HP, my shields? Having a Terra Anoint will instead turn that debuff into a buff. Oh. That's cool. It's explained what the debuff does in the event menu. Let's see. Oh, it's random. That's right. It'll screw with your weapon handling. Your damage, your fire rate, and your action skills. What's over here?
Howdy,
Oh.
I'm Ezra, town's tanner. I got a proposition for a shooter of your caliber. Critters here been preying on folks more than a preacher in a prison house. If you spot a body, I'll tell you where to find one to kill them. You kill the critter, and I'll fetch its hide and pay you for the trouble. You're richer, town's safer, and I get more merchandise. Everybody wins. But you look at that. This one looks like they was killed by Terra Domini. Supersonic creature of ruin that no weapon can destroy. Leastways, no weapon of mine. Why don't you go give it a go, and maybe you'll have better luck.
Fancy looking tech right there. Didn't seem like the Vault Hunter could use it very well.
Maybe there's like short-range teleporters. I feel like I'm supposed to come here, see the body, then come this way, use that short-range teleporter.
That thing would eventually prove to be a handy bit of tech. Not just yet, but eventually.
Get zapped over there, and then just follow that around somewhere to an area where I could kill whatever killed him. I'm gonna get a froyo after this fight. No, I do eventually need to get a cryo handgun to replace this. But until I find a cryo handgun, a new legendary cryo handgun to replace this, I will stick with this gun. Because this is really strong. Is that him? That is him. Give me my money back.
Oh, hey! There you are! My favorite customer! Gosh, I've just been looking all over for you. So, I gotta know, how'd that gun work out for you? Real beaut, ain't she?
Swindler was almost too pathetic to shoot.
Punch him.
Look, nice grift, but you picked the wrong one. Hand over my money before I show you how wrong you were.
Whoa there! Oh, okay, you are clearly very serious about this, and I won't let my shining reputation for customer service be tarnished. So, I'll go get you your money.
Oi, let me get that general's uniform back while you're at it.
Okay, okay. Just wait. Right there. Woohoo! Rolling time!
I'll kill ya!
Ooh. Having a better turnout will turn that debuff into a buff. Explain what the debuff does, okay. Link the wiki page to Terry debuff to the Discord. Gotcha, thank you.
Oh, boy, oh, that is just not how this is gonna go.
Hey, I've got an idea. Why don't you piss off? This place is tougher than a freaking bag bolt. Good luck getting through here.
General Marks? Found old Stickley, but he's holed up tight. Any ideas?
I've got an idea. And if you help me get revenge on that swindler, I'll pay you double what you're owed. Got an old company cannon up at the fort. Head on back here. And when you get here, we're gonna need an artillery shell to fire. Scrounge around in the fort. There must be one we can use.
If I were Stickley, I would have run for the hills by then. Crossing the Vault Hunter was like buying a ticket on the express train to ruin. But that greedy bastard was too busy counting his ill-gotten stacks of cash.
Let's see what we got here. We got a shield. We got two shields. Well, no, that's a green shield. Looks like we got a shield and a submachine gun. Riposte Impaler. Corrosive. Now, and what is this? Oh, it's a sniper rifle. Stark Krakatoa. Never heard of that one. Incendiary, though. What does the Krakatoa do? One moment. Okay. Krakatoa. Krakatoa is a legendary sniper rifle in Borderlands 3 manufactured by the Malawan Corporation. It is obtained randomly from any suitable loot source, but has an increased chance to drop from Tumorhead, located in Lecture City on Promethea. Special weapon effect, always incendiary. Significantly increased damage, 0% elemental effect chance. Killing an enemy spawns a small volcano blast that can inflict status effects. The Krakatoa's damage exceeds that of almost any other sniper rifle of the same level, which allows it to kill most regular enemies with a single critical hit. Paired with an extremely high rate of fire for a sniper rifle, the Krakatoa can dish out immense amounts of incendiary damage per second when fired in full auto. True mastery over the weapon requires skillful use of the charging mechanism. It is more difficult to use at long range than a normal sniper rifle, but the charge can be spooled by quickly pumping the trigger to keep it just close to firing. Certain class mods can also be found with bonuses to weapon charge speed. The volcanoes that the Krakatoa spawns are not particularly useful, except for dealing extra damage to groups of enemies. Care should be taken when approaching enemies killed by this weapon, as a volcano can easily down a character. Interesting. No, I pass. Again, if it were cryo, I would totally go for it, but it isn't, so I'm not. I will keep it, though. Alright, so where am I going? I'm going back here to the fort. Okay. Oh, 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 oh. I like my current cryo sniper. Alright, so I'm going back there. I'm trying to think what would be faster to do. To fast travel to my vehicle? Or just to run? I'm gonna run.
Stands to figure that a crook like Doc Stanley would partner up with the Devil Riders. No doubt they would get him the cut of the tape.
Doc Stanley's been preying on saw-brain folk like my late husband for too long. Let's increase the pressure on that pumping wheel and cut off his supply.
What? Oh, I'm near the area that was supposed to go for the other quest. I have a chest. Ooh, what'd I get? What'd I get? Yes, I see it's a skin, but which skin? Which skin did I get? Oh, the Schluter. No, that's not the Schluter. What is it? The Crook look for Zane. That's cool. Wait, why do I have 0 keys? I feel like I had like 3 or 4 keys before. How did I lose them? Oh, I know what it was. I bought this. And then I bought that skin because I thought it looked really pretty. And this. That's right, I was about to buy this, and then Jamera talked me out of it because it's basically the fireworks grenade from Borderlands 2, which I wasn't a big fan of. So what is my next savings goal here? I guess it's this one. That's how much? 4 keys? 4 keys. Oasis Chic skin. Why not? Oh, I'm way off. It's like... Yeah, I'll come back eventually. Alright, let's head back into the fort. I like quests that are... Well, I like all kinds of side quests. I like some side quests that are short and sweet, but I also like other side quests that are very, like, very thought out. And I appreciate that, I really do. What is... Oh, it's him. I was like, what is hitting me? I like the fact that I'm healing from the grenade as well. Oh, I got a trophy. Ah! A lot of enemies here. This feels different too. Like, I used to kind of complain that it felt like at times there were too many enemies in this game. Like they would spawn too frequently. But this feels different. And I think, and I know, I mean they do spawn a lot, but I feel like maybe the reason it's different is because I find these enemies challenging. These aren't like... Oh, we have an echolog in there. These aren't like the enemies in the previous DLCs that were more pushovers. where it was more of, not exactly an annoyance, but it was more like, why am I fighting these enemies? Like, they're so much weaker than I am that it's like a waste of time for them to even attack me. And yeah, I wasn't like having. I mean, I was having fun watching them just fall over and die. Like, that was fun, but I wasn't having as much fun just like really getting into the combat. And in this DLC, I feel like I'm definitely having more fun with the combat because the enemies are more challenging. Can I open this now? There's a green light on it. Can I? Nope, I can't. Okay. I want to see if I could drop in through the ceiling, because I want... Where'd it go? I want that echo log. Alright, collect artillery shell.
You got the shell? Good. Now get on over here and we'll send that Stickley bastard to ruin. And that's a guarantee you can count on.
Oh, it's down there? Okay. Ooh, he opened it for me. Nice. On your mark. A sticky swindler lands his mark. That's a pretty good little business model they got going. They find misfiring guns. They give it to Stickley. Stickley sells them. He makes money. And so long as he doesn't get busted, it works out. The Devil Riders probably get a small cut, and they have the knowledge that if they fight against anyone using Stickley's guns, they're going to win the fight. Alright, go to cannon. Ah, Lorelei is here. Hello, Lorelei. How are you doing? Jameer says, Bloody Harvest did add a powerful cryo sniper that synergizes well with terror. Ooh. Nice.
Now, I'd say we both have reason for vengeance, but what the hell? You want to do the honors?
I'd let him fire.
Oh, no, I couldn't possibly. Ha! Get him! Oh, of course I do.
Load up the cannon so we can savor the sweet taste of vengeance.
I'm not sure how we're going to hit him, though. Like, isn't he... Oh, is that him? Maybe that's him. Alright, loading the cannon. Before I fire, shouldn't we, like, push that in more and close that door? This doesn't seem safe. Alright, whatever. Fire!
Got more where that came from. I mean, actually I don't. But you're dead anyways.
Oh, yeah! Screw that bastard! Ain't no guarantees in life, I suppose. Except maybe that vengeance comes swiftly to those who cross you, stranger. Here's that bounty I promised. Thanks for making an old man smile.
Collect refund.
You know, at first I was shamefaced to be seen in my skimpy and secret. Now it's kind of grown on me. I think it'll be my new thing, you know? The Underpants General. Anyways, as for me, I think I'm getting too old for the fighting business. Even with the Marx Brethren at my side, I can't retake a fort to save my life, as it turns out. Maybe it's time I settle down and open up a shop in town. Come and see me sometime. By the way, you ever tried Doc Stanley's sweet and savory Nectar of Vengeance? I hear it ain't exactly approved by the reigning medical establishment, or any medical establishment, but it's got a lovely aftertaste of mango on the tongue, just saying.
I like mango. So I unlocked a new merchant. That's cool. You're doing okay? That's good, Lorelei. Well, I want to see if I can run over and then get all that money real quick. Before it disappears. So, boy. Oh, boy.
Will you?
Now, how do I get up there? What's the fastest way up there? Oh, boy. I have to go all the way back around. And what's this over here? Skin to win. Crew challenge. Hunt the... Oh, I can't get there yet. That's right. I could fast travel, but I feel like if I fast travel, all the money's going to disappear. I'll do it. Maybe I'm wrong about that. Lara Jean? Oh, that's your name? I like that name. That's a nice name. Okay. Straight ahead.
Hey, it's me! Get down!
Oh, all the money's still there. For now. Oh, the ghost affected my movement speed. Level up! Level 69. What are you doing down there? Alright, skill point. Maxing out refreshment. Whenever Zane damages a frozen enemy with his weapon, he gains 24% of that damage back as health. Yay! Alright, so what are our points going to go into next? I believe the next thing we had planned to do... Actually, we only have 3 points left, that's right. Yeah. We were originally going to invest all of them into Stiff Upper Lip, but that doesn't harmonize well with Futility Belt. And so because of that, we're going to take those 3 points instead, and we're going to throw them all into Ready for Action. So that's going to speed up our shield recharge rate and shield recharge delay. So basically make his shield better. Which for Zane, he gets special perks when he has a full shield or when he has a fuller shield. So that kind of works out for him. I never thought I would hit max level in Borderlands 3. I didn't get to hit it in Borderlands 2. I didn't get to hit it in Borderlands 1, though I think I came kind of close. And I'm pretty shocked that I'm probably going to hit it in Borderlands 3. I mean, this DLC just started, and we're only 3 levels away from cap. And then after this, there's still a whole nother DLC. Actually, I guess there's 2 more DLCs after this one. And then we still have all the multiplayer stuff to get through. Token. 2.8, 2.8, 2.8, 2.8, 1.89, 1.89. I feel like I'd rather go for shield capacity here, but I think I only need 1 more point into offense to unlock the next skill. Let's go for critical damage. 3.61, and we just unlocked overkill. Excess damage from a kill is added to your next shot. Nice. Okay. I feel like there should have also been a reward for coming back here while this place was still on fire. Oh wait, can we get up there? There is a reward! I see 2 legendaries, and they're both handguns. Hopefully one of them will be cryo. I want to save the best for last. Okay. Here we go. Incendiary. Gratifying Devil's Foursome. I love it when a plan comes together. Anointment on action skill end. The next 2 magazines will have 100% additional bonus corrosive damage. Ooh. That's interesting damage. And it uses 1 bullet per? 18,819 with a spread of 3? Oh, well, it is a Torque, though. And I had the Companion before. While Sentinel is active, Sentinel gains 100% lifesteal while you are affected by terror. Trash guns. Really, are they? Well, let's go to Sanctuary. And we're going to head to Marcus's shop. We're going to sell some stuff. Then we're going to see if we can buy any more SDUs. We might save some stuff after that in our safe. And then we're going to go to heck. And while this loads, I'm going to go use the restroom again. And I think I'm also going to get myself another mug of coffee. So, BRB. Okay, we're back. And Joshy's here. Hello, Joshy. Jameer says, companion only decent on flak, and Devil's Foursome is just outclassed. Joshy asks, have you passed the campaign? I have. Joshy says, I did, but haven't played through all of the DLC, though. I see. Yes, we beat the campaign. Well, I beat the campaign of the main game. We're playing through the different DLCs. We have beat the first 2 DLCs. The Handsome Jackpot and Guns, Love, and Tentacles. Today, we just started DLC 3, Bounty of Blood, and we're also working on the Halloween event called Bloody Harvest. And we're about to do something Bloody Harvest related bloody soon. But first, I want to go over here to Marcus.
Hey, Vault Hunter, we got an opportunity for you. You don't want to miss it.
And sell some stuff. Oh, we got to keep the Iron-Willed Shoddy. That's funny. I thought we'd have to return it. Alright, we're sitting at over $14 million. We should be able to buy something. What have we maxed out so far? I don't know what that is. Oh, that's our backpack. We maxed out our backpack, we maxed out our handgun, we maxed out our shotgun. We still have sniper rifle to go. We're at tier 10 of 13. We have our bank. We're at tier 10 of 28. And we have the Lost Loot SDU. We're at tier 8 of 10. Jameer asks, not even going to keep the shoddy? It is unique after all. No. I guess I'll do sniper rifle. Oh, there's also grenades. I kind of forgot about that as well.
Buy this thing and hold more stuff. You know you want to.
Alright, so I guess our next savings goal is, we'll say $7.7 million for our final sniper rifle SDU upgrade.
More storage? Always a good thing.
Alrighty. Oh, what's that? Kill Tarantella. What's Tarantella? Did I kill Tarantella before? I feel like I did. I feel like that's another standard kill quest.
Hello there.
I did? Okay. Let me look at these guns. I should have stayed next to Marcus's machine. Alright, first we have the Riposte Impaler. After, oh, that's a phase thing. That's a siren thing. Fires homing spikes to attackers when taking bullet damage. Returns 14,030 corrosive damage if meleeed while shielded. Oh, so the Riposte Impaler is pretty much the exact same thing as the Void Rift, only the Void Rift also has the Nova and the Black Hole effect to it. Okay, so now I'll sell that. But really, though, the Gratifying Devil's Foursome is weaker? That's a spread of 3, though, and it only uses a single bullet to do it. Better damage, same accuracy, worse handling. They both have pretty bad handling, though. Faster reload. Much slower fire rate. Smaller mag. Oh, I see, I see. Per squeeze of the trigger, the foursome does a lot more damage than the multi-tap. But because the multi-tap fires so quickly, its DPS is much higher than the foursome. I gotcha. Void Rift is both the Impaler and the Black Hole. You're better off using the Herald or the Light Show. Well, I don't have those right now over the Devil's Foursome. The Light Show sounds... I feel like I've heard that name before. Do I have the Light Show? I want to try it out. Oh, I don't like that. I don't like that at all. You recommend the Light Show in the past? So if there's an enemy and he's standing like right there, let's say he's running at me and I shoot at him, it's possible I'll completely miss him with this gun because the bullets spread out and then they come back in and explode unless they hit something. I don't like that. I would be so irked if an enemy was running at me and I pulled out this gun to try to shoot them and all 3 bullets missed because they just went around the enemy. Ooh, I would rage. Nope. Now, what about... Okay. Our incendiary guns. We have the Extended Nemesis versus the Companion. 14,261 or 4,000. That's a big damage difference right there. I think that's another case where it's like squeeze of the trigger damage versus DPS. I think. I guess I'm going to have to equip this one. And I'm just equipping this one just so I can compare the guns. Okay, Companion has way higher damage. It's not as accurate. Worse handling. Faster reload. Still a very fast fire rate. Slower than the Nemesis, but still very fast. Half the mag size. And both of these guns have really good anointed effects. While Sentinel is active, Sentinel gains 100% lifesteal while you are affected by terror. I'm guessing that means... I'm guessing that doesn't mean, like, I get that health. I'm guessing that means, like, the Sentinel gets that health, though. I guess I'd rather have the bonus cryo damage. Heck, you'd be better off using the Flacker instead of the Devil's Foursome. I don't like the Flacker. Not if it works the same way as it did in the pre-sequel. Alright, what about the Sniper? Stark Krakatoa. Oh wait, let me put this gun back first. I might forget. If I didn't have anything better, though, like, I would use it. Okay, here we go. Way higher damage. Same accuracy. Better handling. Slower reload, but not by much. Faster fire rate. Smaller mag. Let's try it out. Oh, you'd have to get used to this. Like, as soon as it fires, you'd have to let go. It works the exact same way, except it now only consumes 1 ammo per shot instead of 4 like it used to in pre-sequel and 2. Yeah, I hate guns that have delayed fire. Like, I always assume the worst-case scenario. Unless maybe it's a sniper. If it's a sniper, that's a little different. But if it's a shotgun, if it's anything but a sniper or a rocket launcher, then I want those bullets to hit and explode instantly. I don't want to fire them and let's wait till they scatter themselves in the air and then explode all around the target, or act as mines that land on the ground and then explode after a delay. Like, no. I want to pull the trigger and something die instantly. And I also want the weapon to be effective at nearly any range. Granted, shotguns are kind of, an exception. They're not really going to be good beyond close to mid-range, but how much money did I get from that?
You can't upgrade that anymore.
$500,000.
Hey, thanks, Boyo.
Let me go back. I want to see what guns I have in my safe. I want to see if I have a better cryo handgun. Like, I really am enjoying this gun. But it's not a cryo handgun. I can use it kind of like one, but it's not really what it's designed to do. Oh, that's right. I do have that Frozen Devil. The Frozen Devil's, like, super weak, though. Like, it has excellent cryo efficiency. If I'm just looking to freeze something, it's really, really good. And I know that you're supposed to, like, toggle firing modes and use it that way. Or maybe even use, like, melee, because on action skill end, well, I guess if you wanted to, like, combo it in that way. But, now, hold on.
Oh, I love the smell of sawdust in the morning.
Okay. Frozen Devil, fun but impractical, I agree. I thought it would deal a lot more damage. Like, not its main fire mode, not the beam, but I thought its icicles would deal a lot more damage. And what I thought, or how I thought I would use this gun when I was looking it up the first time, is I thought most of the time I use this gun, I would use it on the alternate firing mode. Because it says, like, the icicles that you shoot pierce. So they go through multiple enemies. Or at least that's what I'm assuming pierce meant. So I was like, well, that's cool. So I can fire icicles, which probably means it has a really high cryo efficiency, because you're literally shooting ice. You're not even shooting bullets. And they're going to probably deal a large amount of damage and they're going to pierce. So I can hit multiple enemies with a single shot. And so I thought, that sounds really, really good. But that's not how it works. I mean, I think the icicles do pierce, but the icicles, even the icicles deal very little damage, unless you're already shooting an enemy that's frozen. And it's like, no. Like, the only way I could see maybe the Frozen Devil being really good is if you're in a party and everyone in the party is either using or banking off the fact that an enemy is frozen. So, like, if I was a party and everyone else was also Zane, it was like 4 Zanes, and we're all cryo Zanes, then I can see this gun being broken. Because then everyone would be trying to freeze everyone, and everyone's gunfire would be stronger based upon the enemy being frozen, and, like, basically everyone's gun would be feeding everyone else's gun. And so, if that were the case, then I could see Frozen Devil, like, really doing something. But as is, no, it doesn't seem to be that good. What else do we got? Strictly looking for cryo here. I really wish the Flood was cryo. Shock, corrosive, corrosive, radiation, radiation. I think that's non-elemental. That was a good gun for a very long time. The terminal sellout. I feel like, sadly, the best cryo gun I may come across in the game might be a gun, like a legendary, that is not always cryo. That's like, it has the chance to be cryo, but it's not necessarily guaranteed to always be cryo. And the reason why I don't like that is because, one, it's going to make it more annoying to farm. But two, I feel like it's not going to be as interesting. Like, when a gun typically only spawns in a certain element, it seems to be really good with that element. As having a high efficiency with that element. But also having other legendary perks that benefit specifically that element. And so it's like, that's neat, but I don't think... Maybe a gun like that doesn't really exist in Borderlands 3. Oh, that's strong, anyway. You found one? The beacon from Jarek Logan in Blood Sun Canyon. Is that in this DLC? That's an assault rifle. It is? Okay. In Blood Sun Canyon. Is he like just a target you can hunt? Or is he like part of a story campaign? That's assault rifle. Assault rifle. Assault rifle. Now that's it, I think I've gone through all my handguns. I did. Oh, that's sad. He is a hunt target. Ooh. Am I anywhere near him? Like, is he... Is he in any of the zones I've unlocked so far? Like, I don't know if the Blood Sun Canyon is part of a map I've already unlocked, or is it a completely different map that I haven't been to yet? You haven't unlocked Blood Sun Canyon yet. Okay. Okay. Oh wait, there's one more possibility. That's right, there's the Seventh Sense. It has low cryo efficiency, but it is a cryo gun. Lower damage, less accurate, worse handling, though not by much. Faster reload time, much faster fire rate, much smaller mag. Even at plus 299% weapon damage, it's still not as good as the Atlas double tap. That's kind of crazy. But you know what? I'm going to take it. I'm going to use it. We're taking it back. Oops. I didn't need to do that. And then up here,
Man, I am bored. Someone, do
I'll
something.
put the multi-tap. Why are you here?
Bye-bye, friend.
It's in its own zone. Best part is the beacon has 2 elements on it, and it's a 1 out of 3. So you could roll cryo and shock on it. Nice. That would really rip their shields. Alright. I like the scope. Now what does this one do again? What makes it legendary? Reloading causes all spawn projectiles to hit the original target. I'm not sure what that means. I mean, I know what that means, but what does it mean by original target? Seventh Sense is a legendary pistol in Borderlands 3 manufactured by the Jacobs Corporation. Seventh Sense is obtained from the mission Cold Case, Forgotten Answers, located in the Cankerwood on Zerlorgos. Oh, that's right. This was from the Private Eyes side quest line. Special weapon effect, something so close and yet so distant. Always cryo. Fires elemental beams. On hit, creates additional projectiles that wander around. Okay. Reloading causes all spawn projectiles to hit the original enemy. Fixed parts. Okay. The spawn projectiles will despawn after a few seconds. Reloading after the projectiles have despawned does not create new ones. Oh, that's why it has such a small mag size. So that if you hold down the trigger and you go to reload, all the projectiles smack the original enemy. I see. The Seventh Sense will always spawn with a dastardly prefix and cannot have an anointment. An epic rarity variant of this weapon is temporarily obtained in the mission Cold Case Restless Memories, but is given back at the end of the mission. Okay. The Seventh Sense is one of the few Jacobs weapons that feature the alien barrel. The Ghost Quest chain, yeah. So until we get the gun you're talking about, Jamera, we'll go back to rocking this one. Okay. Now, let's go talk to that Saurian, that savvy Saurian friend of ours. Also, how are we doing on the event itself? We need another 45 haunted. I feel like we might not finish this by the end of this playthrough. Like by the end of the playthrough of all of Borderlands 3, basically. You have to kill Captain Haunt 15 times? I'm guessing Captain Haunt is like the boss of this event. and you actually have to kill him 15 times. It's kind of crazy. It should be once. Kill the ghosts. Well, we're getting there on the ghosts. That's not going to happen for a while. These aren't too bad. Because these are just a single... You just have to go to where these typically spawn, and I guess with the event active, they'll be haunted. So that's not too bad. I wish I would have paid more attention. I know I've gotten some gear and I've sold it. Yeah, I've collected a bunch of Bloody Harvest loot. All I do is just equip that 3 pieces one time, and then I would have got the achievement. I just take them back off and sell them. Oh well. There's also the Unkempt Herald from Caber Dawn in, I forgot the name of the location, and there's also the light show from Lazodactyl. By Bloody Harvest loot, it means items added with the Bloody Harvest.
Hey there!
Bloody Harvest, Descent into Heck. Maurice, a talking Saurian researcher, has asked that you hunt down some ghosts. Just run with it. Happy Bloody Harvest. Talk to Maurice.
You have what Maurice requires. Good. Very good.
I could kill ghosts all day. But is there a reason for all this?
Maurice has tracked the source of the hauntings. The ghost goo will open a gateway. You will go to this hole of heck and kill the hateful fiend who has unleashed these ghosts. Maurice cannot continue the work without your success.
Looking through the portal, and I really like how you can like walk around the portal and the image changes. This to me looks like the... Oh, it isn't. I thought this was the DLC area, or part of the DLC area from the Zombie Island of Dr. Ned. But no, this actually looks like Athenas, but like a Halloween version of Athenas. The Hole of Heck. It's a dead version of Athenas. With an undead Treant at the end? Okay. Oh, Treant. So then maybe I should switch to fire.
Maurice detects great evil here. Destroy the master of this place.
Find Captain Haunt. Oh, you can still see the portal that leads back to Sanctuary 3. That's cool. I like that. Symmetry. Not Treant. Trant. That guy you killed on Alive Athenas. The same guy who has a brother who you also killed on Necrotafeo. You know, Trant. Oh, the soldier. Okay, yeah. Sanguine Hollow.
Too much money, not enough blood. You're at the right place.
Nice shield regen.
Don't get shot too much now. I'm on. Being honest, you're just a short with a paperweight.
What happened? Channel mod? How big is the map? Oh, that's not that big. So I guess you wander through this whole place, you drop down here, get into a boss fight, and then you leave. Okay. I have Guardian tokens. Oh, I guess it's because I discovered a new location. That's what it is. I guess we go with accuracy. It was 2.72%. Posted screenshot to Discord. That's weird. I wonder why it... I wonder why it modded that. Oh, that's creepy. A skeletal arm. Ooh. Looks like I could crawl under there. What's over here, though? That is a lot of damage.
You throwing ships at me now? One assassination on the house. You got a job to do.
Get him. So those skulls are stronger than I thought they were. With the double tap, I just squeezed the trigger once, and that was enough to kill the skull. But that is not the... Am I using the wrong gun? I was using the wrong gun. But that is not the case with the cryo handgun. Part of me just wants to sprint through here. Just because it's not a new map. But at the same time, it sort of is a new map. It's a reskinned map.
Take that, you ganky knob. Right, let's have it.
I like the screams. That's a cool touch. Oh, I recognize these areas from Athenas. But yeah, you don't see those comms, which I shan't name, or else the Automon will be on my butt again, as a world drop very often. It's a Big Daddy from BioShock. Download.
Did that one have a bounty? No. You sure?
Ah! Oh no. What? He's immune? That doesn't seem fair. Oh! That's why he's immune. Oh my gosh. I need corrosive. That thing is super tanky. I'm going to die. Yes! No more phylactery for you. You got a shield? That's fine, we can do shields. Let me toggle back to my shotgun. That was OP. I didn't think he would die from one clip from this handgun. And it was like as soon as I reloaded, all the bullets just kind of like swam around and just whacked him, just popped him like a giant balloon. That was awesome. Oh, I wasn't locked in here. I thought maybe the entryways behind me had sealed themselves. Though it probably would have been a bad idea had I gone backwards, because then enemies may have respawned. Oh, I can't climb it. Whatever. Whatever. Will I regain health if I drink the blood? Probably not. I might fall health anyway. And the reason those comms have good recharge delay is because you need recharge delay to make proper use of one of the skills on it. Oh. Did these do anything? Oh. Smashing pumpkins. I didn't know I could break the pumpkins. I'm not going to go back though and start breaking a whole bunch of pumpkins. The skill in question reserves a bit of Moses' HP and returns it as a shield. Yeah, I commented on that it looked pretty good for getting your shields back with her mod. Ooh. Now this small room here reminds me of this small room here reminds me of the Tiny Tina DLC from Borderlands 2. And also you think makes health pickups restore shields instead of health. Yeah, it does. And there also exists a relic that reserves all but one of the wearer's HP and gives you a lot more shields. You can see where I'm going with this, right? So you have like a ridiculously high shield, or powerful shield. And you keep getting it back. Stupidly high shield, no actual HP. Oh, that was close. That was really close right there. I almost fell down that. Oh, I guess that's the reward room. Ooh. Now, what are you? I don't know what I just did. Oh, all these different skulls do something. Maybe by pulling one, If you pull them before you drop down, maybe that determines what kind of ghosts appear. I think that's the loot ghost, so that's pretty good. That's probably a health ghost. I'm not sure what that is. Or that one. You also have a skill that buffs shields when you kill something for more value of the already stupidly high shields you have. Okay. Oh. I guess down we go. Clotting Cavern. Oh. I was like, what's hitting me? Alright, fine. Is the blood hurting me? No, okay. Uh-oh. That thing does, though. And he just blends right in with the blood. Really? I'm full on handgun ammo? I don't know how that's possible. Okay. Not going to argue with that. Oh, this is the area that was underneath the bar on Athenas.
Over here.
this game's getting violent. Hmm. Do you think this is technically canon? Or do you think this is, like, not real, like the Zombieland of Dr. Ned? Oh, that's spooky. Oh, it's like a snake's mouth. The boss arena, huh? Hmm. Alright. Let's do it. Whee! Cutscene. Captain Haunt. That's Haunt. Get him. What? Oh. That stinks. So they prepare you... They prepare you for this with the previous enemy. Alright, there's one. Oh, there's more enemies? Oh my gosh. Oh, this is not good. I should have kept running. I shouldn't have stopped moving.
But not literally.
And his shields go all the way back up. That is so bogus. Hopefully once I destroy these phylacteries once, I don't have to destroy them again. Alright, there's two.
That man is dangerous! Get him!
Oh, I guess his phylacteries are gone now. Nice. Oh no. Go. Are there any other mobs around here other than him? I'm dead. There's no one else around here to kill. Oh, that stinks. That stinks. That stinks.
Come closer, will you?
I guess I have to try to keep them alive while I'm looking for the other phylactery. There it is. Gotcha. How is he resisting? Oh, I could shoot the ghost heads. He's a ghost, of course he's gonna resist. Yeah. So far, I feel like this is the second hardest boss in Borderlands I have fought, behind that one platforming boss in the last DLC. Just take Pokemon logic for reality here. Okay. Okay. So I'll start with Shock then, and then when the phylacteries come out, I'll use this, and then once those are down, toggle back to this. Okay.
That dashing recognizing your sister!
Where are they? There we go. Oh, they're right next to each other. That's interesting. There's one. I can get up here? I can get up here. I didn't think that would be possible. Oh boy. Oh, this is not good. He hits so hard. And there's no one else to kill. And I'm really running out of ammo here. I have about 3/4 of my ammo left. Alright, I guess we're going to have to go for a different strat. We're going to have to save our Digiclone. We're going to have to use him purely defensively. Alright, I see the other one on the left. The other phylactery. All I'm doing is running, and I'm taking such massive damage. Oh, jeez. Got it. Now I just have to stay alive. Let's hide a little bit, try to recover. Ah, what the heck is hurting me? What? I'm standing behind pillars, out of line of sight, and I'm still taking damage. Oh, he's also level 70. He's a little higher than I am. Oh, I'm stuck! No, he's not falling for it.
Find a target, you zoomer!
He resists shock. He resists cold. He's immune. He's immune to corrosion. He uses fire, so I would assume he's... He's almost dead, though. Where's the other one at? Oh, I'm slowed. I think the Digiclone's already dead. Done. Okay.
Dino Boyle. You sound a lot like you're playing with the windows.
This is not Maurice's intention.
That was tough. I hope I get some good legendaries from that. Alright, let me go back and equip my regular guns. Undermining negotiating fearmonger. I can't control their fear, only my own. While terrified, gain increased crit damage. The more terror you have, the higher the bonus. Consumes 2 ammo per shot. Radiation. Nah. Venomous barrage. Assault rifle. I mean, I'll hold on to them, just... Perfect. Let's do this right now, if not I'm gonna forget. Okay, okay. Take this off, and put that there. And then take this off, and put that there. And then swap this for that. And there we go. Pumpkin Spice. Equip 3 pieces of Bloody Harvest loot at the same time. Okay. That's all I wanted. Fearmonger is one of the new Bloody Harvest guns, and it's really good. I'll take another look at it. While terrified, gain increased crit damage. The more terror you have, the higher the bonus. Plus 25% weapon shield capacity, Hyperion. Plus 15% reload speed. Plus 100 splash damage radius. That's a lot of radiation damage. Over 38,000 radiation damage per second. 48% chance to irradiate. That's a lot of base damage too. 17,359 with a spread of 4. How does it stack up to the Hellwalker? The Fearmonger is stronger than the Hellwalker? It is, but 3 of its 4 pellets have to hit. If 3 or more of its pellets hit, the Fearmonger will outdamage the Hellwalker. Also more elemental damage per second, and a higher chance to inflict at elemental status. And it has splash damage. Alright, well, let's check it out. Oh, it has the spooky skin. The radius is pretty tight. Alright then. Well, thank you, Chimera, for mentioning that. I guess that means we are going to head back to Sanctuary, and we're going to deposit our Hellwalker either onto the safe, or we're going to mount it. We're probably going to mount it on the wall, and we're going to stick to using the Fearmonger. Well, we got ourselves a new legendary shotgun. That was worth it. Check its special effect. Well, its special effect only appears to activate when you're doing, like, the Halloween stuff. But, I mean, I'll look it up on the wiki. Like, it looks like it's only good for when you're doing the Bloody Harvest event. But even without the Bloody Harvest event, it's still a really good shotgun. Let's see. Fearmonger is a legendary shotgun in Borderlands 3 manufactured by Hyperion. It is exclusive to the Bloody Harvest seasonal event and can drop from Loot Ghost or Captain Haunt, who is located in Heck. Special weapon effect? I can't control their fear, only my own. Projectiles form a square with each moving in a wave pattern. Projectiles explode and deal damage shortly after impact with a target or surface. Increased ammo consumption. Oh, consumes 2 ammo per shot. I see. Oh. Now that makes me wonder which shotgun is actually more damaging. Let me get my calculator. Assuming all pellets hit, 17,359 times 4 equals 69,439 damage. I think the Hellwalker wins again. But it consumes 2 ammo per shot. So divide that by 2, and you get 34,718 damage. It would be 34,718 damage per bullet used. As opposed to the Hellwalker, which is 5,070 times 10, which would be 50,700 damage. So that means per bullet used, the Hellwalker still hits harder. But it's maybe less DPS. While you're doing Halloween stuff, there exists anoints that can apply terror to yourself. Hellwalker is good until you run into a flaming enemy. Then in that case, the Hellwalker just goes and cries in the corner, whereas the Fearmonger is just good no matter what, since not a whole lot resists radiation. Each stack of terror on the character adds an extra projectile per shot, with a maximum of 3. Doesn't suffer from the accuracy debuff of terror. The Fearmonger is an immensely powerful shotgun, being able to output high damage when at maximum stacks of terror. It almost always spawns with anointments that grant terror, which provides excellent synergy. Oh, does it grant me terror? No, it does not. Okay, so I guess that last effect could be different. The Fearmonger almost always spawns with terror-based anointments. I guess mine just didn't do that. Well, actually, no, it did. While it is possible for it to spawn with normal anointments, it is extremely rare. It just didn't spawn with an anointment to grant me terror. Plus, it's fun to change it up from time to time. Can't rely on Hellwalker forever. It won't grant terror. You need to find an item with a terror anointment that can apply it to you, like a shield or something. I don't think I'll go that far. I think maybe having a Halloween build could be fun. Especially if you're doing like a New Game Plus playthrough, where you just play the entire game, maybe like during the month of October, see how much of the game and all the DLCs you can beat with like a Halloween-themed character using nothing but like Halloween-themed guns. I think that would be really cool. But, nah, I'm fine. Oh, we have over $1 million now. I got a little nervous when I hopped up here. At first I thought maybe I could hide up here and get a lot of cheap shots in at the boss. But then I thought if that boss, even if he can't get up here, which he probably could, he could probably jump up here, but even if he couldn't jump up here, if he could do something to like force push me back, I'm dead. Full-on shotgun ammo. Whew. That was a tough fight. That was a good fight. Well, it was an okay fight. I feel there were some elements of that. Well, I don't know. I feel there were some elements of that fight that were cheap, but maybe they only feel cheap because so many of the other enemies in this game have been easy. What's this? Oh, it's ammo. Now to do that fight several more times in the future? Hell no. I am done. Oh, there's... Oh, there's ghosts everywhere up there. Could I have killed these ghosts? I could have. It's just really hard to do that with the guns that I... Actually, if I would have switched to this one... Well, not to that one, but... I have the corrosive one. If I could have switched to the corrosive one and aimed up, I probably would have got a lot of hits. Or popped some ghosts. Just because of how fast the ammo is flying out of my gun. I wonder if anyone has discovered like a cheese strat to kill the boss. Like a certain place to hide in the environment so that he can't hit you. I would guess not. Because he throws those huge flaming jack-o'-lanterns that even if they land and miss you, they create a huge puddle of fire on the ground. Oh, it's the Calypso twins. Probably not. Then again, any and all Zane players know to just spec for damage going up as you get closer and closer to breaking the sound barrier. Okay, something's not right here. I came over here and I only opened a single chest. But up above looks like the real treasure room. It looks like this portal just takes me back to Sanctuary. What was the thing up there with the skulls? Like, that looked like the real treasure room. Where there were 4 different color skulls. I think it was 4, it might have been 5. And I pulled the yellow one. And then I dropped down here. Up above is the reward for a puzzle. Oh, but it's too late. I can't do that, can I? I mean, I probably could, but then I'd have to go gather some more Ecto stuff. It looks like the better reward is up there, and you can't get back up there, so it's time for another run of Heck. If I do come back here, I might do it just for the pumpkin puzzle, if I can figure it out, and I have no idea how to do that. But I'm not fighting the boss again. That was a little too crazy. I'm done with that. You're not killing Haunt, that's for sure, yeah. I will say that was a bit of a letdown. Not the fight, the fight was okay, but the reward. Like, I felt that was unrewarding. Like, the pumpkin puzzle, I feel like... I don't remember if this was the chest I just opened or not. But the one chest down here that I opened, that should have been the reward for the pumpkin puzzle. Like, one extra thing. But up there was like 3 different chests that you could open. And it's like, that fight was pretty tough. Now, granted, the boss itself can drop legendaries, which he did, but that combined with just 1 chest, I felt like that wasn't reward enough for what we just went through. Just wait until Joey Ultraviolet. He's the better event boss. Okay, talk to Maurice.
You have returned from Hex, Darkheart. Good. Now Maurice will give you what you deserve.
Oh, this again. Really feels like I'm gonna get eaten.
Maurice has trouble expressing his feelings sometimes. You will take this currency and not be murdered. Yes. You will return to Maurice if you desire further spooky rites.
Oh, that's it? You get just under $500,000?
Complete this and reap your reward.
The Rebloodening. Ain't no rest for the wicked. Souls of the Darn, that is. Oh, so you can relog it and do it again. So does that mean that... Did that turn off the Bloody Harvest event then? Bloody Harvest is still on? Okay. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to do that mission again. Not even for the pumpkin puzzle. I'm good. Let me see the other rewards. Nine more challenges. Two, 3, 4, No. I'm done. I'm done with Bloody Harvest. As far as I'm concerned, I did it. I didn't get all the rewards, but I went to heck. I went to heck and back. And I think next Friday, we're not going to call a stream right now, but I think next Friday we'll start the other one, the cartel. It won't be turned off until you manually turn it off. Cool, so early cartel event. Next Friday we'll do that. Right now we're just going to continue with the Bounty of Blood. Oh, that's right. It's a good thing we're loading into Sanctuary 3. I totally forgot about that. I wanted to mount the Hellwalker on the wall. Oh, you have to start it from someone? Like a quest NPC, the same way we did with Bloody Harvest? I wasn't sure if it was like that or if it was like the Broken Heart state where you just turn it on and it just starts. It's Maurice who gives the quest for it. I see.
You want to hear a joke? I got jokes coming at the gals over here. What did the boat say to their girlfriend? Marina me!
I'll wait on the enemies. What am I doing? Oh, that's right. Mounting the gun.
This thing on? Test. Hey, Vault Hunter, have we got an opportunity for you? You don't want to miss it! Firearms in every flavor at Marcus Munitions.
That's weird. Oh, they're different guns. The Nemesis versus the Hornet. We're already back up to $6.5 million.
You already bought all of those.
Almost there.
This is one of the best SPUs money can buy. So get to mine.
Cluster Hornet is M10, so the Nemesis would have been way worse than what you had. You're finally here? I messaged you like 10 minutes ago and you didn't respond. Oh, did you? What'd you message me with? Okay. Was there anything else I was going to do here before we left? I don't think so. $67. I want to do Devil Rustlers next. Low-down, lawless, no-good, fiendish, and generally ill-mannered rustlers are terrorizing a local rancher. Help her get her prized devils back. Clear ranch of rustlers. What? Heck. Event location. A dismal den of dastardly devils. It's on the same planet as Midnight's Cairn. Oh, but there's no fast travel locations. That's kind of cool, though, that they would actually, like, let you view the map again whenever you wanted. Okay, so we got to get all the way over here. And that's pretty close. Alright, let's go there. Fort Kickwater. You asked me a couple of questions about Borderlands 3 and guessing I was doing something at that time. We're here on Twitch. Are you talking about when you asked, have you passed the campaign? You did, but haven't played through all the DLCs? Oh, I responded to that. Yeah, I answered you. I said that, yeah, I beat the campaign, but, and we were just going through the DLCs. We had beaten the first two DLCs. This is DLC 3, and we're enjoying it so far. Oh, you were in the chat at the time? Oh, I gotcha. Yeah, I enjoyed the campaign. So far, if I were to say what my favorite DLC of this game is, It would be the second DLC. Though they're both really good. I can't really comment on this DLC too much yet because I just started it. But I really, really love the setting of DLC 1. The casino. The casino is really cool. For the second DLC, Zerlorgos, the Frozen Planet, that's cool. I like the Cthulhu mythos. I was really hoping for like a bigger boss fight, but it wasn't bad. I really liked how the area was so segmented. How it seemed like half the DLC, not really half the DLC, half of the DLC maps, I should say, was like this really dark, creepy, eerie atmosphere. And then the other part was just winter and danger. But it was kind of more typical Borderlands fare, where just psychos and bandits were just running at you to kill you. And so it was kind of cool to be able to bounce back and forth between those two kinds of experiences within the same DLC. Borderlands 2 is the best game. I know Borderlands 2. It seems like Borderlands 2 is the fan favorite. It isn't mine, but I can understand why it would be. It seems like a very involved game. It has a lot of stuff to it, I should say. Alright. Let's go help ourselves a rancher. Oh, is this it? I think this is it. Yep, that's it.
It's time to clear out those vile rustlers. Only good rustler is a dead one with his head cut off and stuck between his legs so he can smell his own. What I'm saying is, I really hate rustlers.
Sounds like you do really hate rustlers.
Ooh.
I don't think I'm supposed to be here. I also don't know if this is part of something else. What's that? Ew. Check the sign on the place. Sourdew Valley. Devil milk. Oh, this is where they're milked? Saurian milk? Ew. Oh, that's right, I still don't have full ammo, do I? Well, I don't have full handgun ammo anyway. You guessed, but the name is a reference to Stardew Valley. Ah, I see. Hmm. Well, that's a big gate. I feel like this is going to lead into a totally new zone. Oh yeah, it has to. So we're going to get to tour Sourdew Valley. Interesting. Oh, there's some of the milk right there. I'm guessing that's a byproduct of producing the milk. There you are. I'm so glad I have my helpers. I keep getting shot. And I'm like, who is shooting me? And if it wasn't for my little bot friends, little... If it wasn't for my little helpers here... I probably wouldn't know where the shots were coming from.
Trying to make sure that rancher's all right.
Find Rancher Margot. Hmm. Hmm.
Howdy there.
Oi! Took out those creeps! You doing okay, lass?
I'm good, but I barricaded myself up a bit too well, and I need an assist getting out.
Unbarricade the barricade.
Well, slap my hind parts and call me for supper. A gunslinger of your caliber in my neck of the scourge? I'm sure it's spit lucky you done come along and handled them ruffians. But they ain't never gonna leave me be, long as they's tented up down the way. Mind kindly clearing out their camp? Now, them Dunderbucks ain't exactly what you call subtle, so I was figuring it shouldn't be too much of a bother to find out where they done come from. And if you find any of my scaly darlings they rustled, send them on back to me, will you?
Alright, follow the rustler's trail. Where is it on the map? Okay.
That wasn't so hard now, was it?
I'm out!
Got any more for the meat grinder?
I'm very sorry I won't see them for the upcoming holiday.
Ruination Echo theme. Really? I'm full on handgun ammo. Okay. Where is this trying to send me? Oh. That's not very far. Wonder why it sent me up here. Maybe just for the ammo? Maybe to help me out as I'm running around trying not to get shot? That could be it. Oh, hold on. I want to use that Echo skin. Well, not use, because I can't use it right now, but unlock it and clear an inventory space. Also, looks like I got a mail. Social. I did. From the Atlas Corporation. Unshippable pattern red rocket launcher. From Jacobs. Level 67 Jacobs loaded wild clipper assault rifle. And from Dahl, level 66 suppressed instinctive diamondback sniper rifle. Nah. I didn't realize I had so many bonus guns. I'm going to hold off on opening those. I'll just wait till I get to a vending machine and then open them there so I can sell probably all of them.
Oi! We done stole them devils fair and square! No takes these backsies!
Kill 300 CO. Wait, what? Kill 300 COV? These are COV?
Don't say I didn't warn you.
Looked like a few of the Rancher devils survived the strumpets. You'd be right pleased after that.
Aww, what are you doing? He ran right into the fire and just like hung out there to let himself catch on fire. There we go. Oh, they're cute.
Well, that's done. Guess I'd better head back to the old Ranchy Ranch. Get me some money.
Oh, full ammo. Nice. What's this? Ooh. Oh well. Trying to fill out the map. Okay. Now that was a short quest. Unless there's another part to it.
Well, how'd it go?
Oh, we had a nice chat and no, you just didn't interrupt it.
That's just downright good to hear, Tomodachi. Knew I could count on you. Thanks for plying your bloody trade on account of my troubles. I got some choring for you to do if you're up for helping me out around the ranch.
Ah, it does continue. Sourdew Valley. The life of a ranch hand is a simple one, full of grit and pride and sunshine. And in this case, devils.
Now that you went and freeified all my scaly darlings, I got me some more work needs doing. See, one of my flock went and ate up my leg a while back. I'm saving up for a fancy robotical prosthetic. I need some help setting up my farmer's market in the meanwhile. You'll need to collect me up some imp eggs. Harvest some teeth from them rowdy hellions. And now be careful with this one. I'm gonna have to ask you to milk Daisy.
Okay. That's a lot of tasks right there. Well, first, let's spend some Guardian tokens. Grenade, 2.8. Vehicle, 0. Wow. Okay. Shield capacity, 2.8. Movement speed, 2.8. Accuracy, 2.72. I feel like most of the time investing in vehicle damage is moot. It's pointless. I feel like this is perhaps the only DLC where that would actually be beneficial to me. Because in the main game, I feel like when you're in your vehicle, you can typically out-damage the competition. It's not that hard. And you really spend a lot more time outside of vehicles than in vehicles. I feel like this is the only time, because the bikes they can be a little hard to aim, I guess, because the movement is so quick, where that might actually... I'm not going to do vehicle damage. What else do we got, though? Accuracy, 2.72. They're all about the same. 2.8. 2.8. I guess let's do grenade damage. 3.61. Alright. Oh. And I have to select the quest. Sourdew Valley. Devil ranching is tough work, but somebody's got to do it. Or occasionally, and in this case specifically, somebody's got to pay someone else to do it for them. Alright, collect 24 imp eggs, go to Hellion Enclosure, go to Daisy's Pen. Okay, so what is which? This one's the closest. What is this? Collect 24 imp eggs. Out and to the left. Okay. I don't know what an imp egg... Oh, are those the imps? Oh. Well, I mean, so long as they're not going to attack me. Okay.
Tasks were simple enough, and folks in town would appreciate some nice fresh eggs. Little straight. Or an omelet if you're feeling fancy and don't mess it up. In which case, you end up with scrap.
Well, this is a nice...
Still needed a few more. And sure, chasing the imps about wasn't the most dignified way the Vault Hunter had ever made some coin. But it was far from the least.
This seems like a pretty relaxing quest. Uh-huh.
It was time to deliver them eggs. That was some honest choring.
Alright. Where's the Helion enclosure? No, you know, I think I'll go to Daisy's pen first. When it says the Helion enclosure, I feel like that's... Was that door that was closed that we couldn't get into before? No, that can't be it. No, I guess we'll go to Helion enclosure. Oh, no, I'm going the wrong way. We'll do the chores in order. I wonder if any enemies will respawn around here. Or if they're gone for good. I'm gonna guess they're gone for good, because she said to destroy their tents. Yeah. Wait. Well, I mean, there's still... No, there's still tents here. I don't know. What am I supposed to do in here?
Vicious creatures. Easy enough to knock some teeth out the mouth with a quick smack.
Melee a Helion.
A pop to the maw and out fall the teeth. Easier said than done. It was a dangerous job. Not as dangerous as most of all got up to.
What do we need the teeth for? One more.
Paul Nutcher figured that was enough of them teeth for ranging purposes.
I hope he doesn't kill them. That's not what I meant to do. I mean, I meant to spawn him. But I only spawned him because I thought I was going to die. And I was going to use the old you. Oh, that's why that's there. You know, it's for this part of the side quest. Alright. Deliver Helion teeth. Do you grind these up for something?
Maybe the ball country was in the wrong line of work. That was some damn fine tooth extraction.
Alright, go to Daisy's pen.
Old Daisy's got a taste for legs these days, as I can well attest. So watch your walking sticks.
Honest day's work never hurt no one, no. Well, except the rancher, of course.
Release Daisy. Oh, that's not an area we get to explore. That's where the cow is. What are y'all doing over here? Be careful. Lure Daisy to milking barn.
Daisy was unique, though. Her hide tougher than steel. Vault Hunter thought better of trying to put any hurt on me.
Oh! Oh, she's a good hunter.
Said Lucivore milk was good for you. Made you strong bones, strong teeth. Also good for erectile dysfunction. That's just what folks say that. Time to deliver that sweet, sweet devil milk. With all them chores done, it was about time for a hard-earned paycheck from the old rancher.
Well, shoot! You finished up already? Hot damn! I'm gonna head to town and set up my market. Thanks to you, I'll be able to afford my new prosthetic in no time. Much obliged. See you in town.
Interesting.
Oh, it's you! Thanks again for helping me out back then. I'd be devil's food if you hadn't come along. And I ain't talking cake, neither. You got the look of a city folk about you, am I right? Well, even city folk need some fresh produce, don't you? Never thought I'd see the day that the stone disappeared from town. Real tragedy. Never thought I'd see the day that the stone disappeared from town. Real tragedy.
It's interesting that, aside from money, which out of all rewards you could give a Vault Hunter, money is like the least rewarding of them, at least at this point in the game. Had I been getting like $500,000 early on in the game for side quest completion, that would have been awesome. But at this point in the game, that's not a very good reward. But they are giving you new parts for, I assume it's new parts for your bike, which is not something I thought we'd be receiving. So that's pretty cool. And maybe we get other things as well. And by other things, I mean, it seems after we completed her side quest line, she's going to be in town. And we also helped that other person, the fort commander guy, and he said he's going to town to open a shop. So I wonder if they're going to become new vendors that we can access. But if they are, I don't know what we buy from them. I think the commander said, I forgot what the commander said. Maybe we can buy, like, I don't know, weapons from him? I'm not sure what she would sell, though. Maybe health items? Alright, let's check out these new parts we've been earning. Alrighty. Are they... Is it bodies? No. Is it guns? We did earn a new gun. A mortar launcher. Unleash an artillery salvo of homing projectiles with this heavy launcher. Interesting. I was complaining earlier that it's kind of hard for me to use the guns because the bike moves around so fast. Typically, I would rather go with machine guns. It's probably way more DPS than the mortars, but I mean, if I can use the mortars more effectively because they lock on, that might be the way to go. So we'll give that a try. Nothing new there. Nothing new there. Nothing new there. Did we earn a new paint job? We did. Beefy. Oh, it's a cow. A cow design. That's funny. You know what? Why not? For those longing for a home on the range, yeehaw. Oh, wait. What's that? Oh. What? Is this the aim? Oh, it is. Interesting. Oh, you can aim that far. Yeah, you can. So it's supposed to be homing, but maybe, interesting. I like it. I like it. Okay. We are still not ready to return to the main campaign yet. We have one more side quest, at least one more side quest I'm aware of, to do. Miracle Elixir Fixer. Charlatans, hustlers, frauds. It takes a special kind of cowardice to prey upon those in need. Luckily, there are ways of dealing with that special kind of coward around these parts. Sabotage the oil well by first increasing the oil well pressure. That is straight ahead, and then a bit to the right. Okay. Is it this way? It is not that way. It is more to the left. Well, I certainly destroyed that that enemy bike a lot faster than I did when I had machine guns mounted this thing. Okay. Frack Mesa.
Off you go! Sweet tat I almost wanted! How's it hang?
Let's have it.
There we go. Now that the pressure's up, blast that pumping well a new one, gun-wise.
Oh. Shoot that, not that.
But the Vault Hunter weren't satisfied with only blowing up some of those weapons. So they did what came natural and set out to destroy the whole place.
Destroy 2 remaining oil wells.
Begging for a barrier.
I'll get some cover!
Oh, we just destroyed one of them right there. I didn't realize that. I thought I would have to turn a wheel first, but I guess not.
Can't outrun ruination! Don't you think that's a bit of an overreaction?
That was all me.
Your britches on it, come on, help! Practice my quick. It's time to do somewhere.
That dashing fook over there was making eyes at your sister.
Yeah, that would just about do it.
Again, you impress me, my dear gunslinger. Now that we've cut Doc Stanley's core supply, we gotta destroy his entire stock. Head to the refinery. Way I figured if he's got no inventory, he can't prey on desperate idiots like my late husband. May the sand take his stupid soul.
So the ingredient, one of the ingredients in his elixir wasn't alcohol, it was oil. Oh my goodness. Not sure where that came from. Ooh. I almost missed this one. That's not bad. I'm not going to use it, but that's not bad. Iridium Breaching Loot Expander. Enhanced Pickups. Plus 133% cash. Plus 37% ammo. Plus 60% health. And plus 25% shotgun damage, plus 40% shock resist. That's like good across the board. Increases the amount of cash, health, and ammo you receive from pickups. I have never seen that kind of drop before, that kind of artifact before. That is really nice. This, where is it? Oh, where did it go? Where are you? Where did you go? Where did you go? Let's try this. There you are. I'll save that. This is good for farming. Like if you just want to go farm cash, I guess, really. I can also see that being helpful in fights. Like in where there's a lot of enemies. Not only do we get a lot of ammo, but you also get a lot of health. Ah, Indy's here. I'm lurking. Very well, Indy. Enjoy your lurk. Yeah, I'll save that and drop that in the vault. Or the safe. Whatever. I can destroy this? Yes, I can. Alright, where am I going? Go to the Elixir Refinery. Where is the Elixir Refinery? It is... Make our way up and around. Gotcha. And then maybe once we're up here, we get a new part for our motorcycle, and then we can drop down here and test it out. Okay. That was kind of overkill. I didn't have to do that. It was literally like, I was right up there. I could have just walked down. Whatever. I just wanted to ram it. I wonder if this will ever open.
From what I hear, that charlatan also stole some chemicals from the old company facility. Then went and mixed it with a jigger of sarsaparilla, a shot of liquid core, and a dash of devil pepper. Then had the gall to call it a miracle cure. Wish I'd thought of that.
I've always wanted to try sarsaparilla. Sarsaparilla and devil pepper sounds good. Maybe a bit spicy, but good. I'm going the wrong way. And more to the right. Wait, that might be too much to the right. That is too much to the right. Oh, it's right there. Okay. I don't want to get too much closer. My vehicle might get blown up.
Doc Stanley produced his miracle elixir out of old company refinery equipment. But there was nothing refined about his operation.
Now, let's take the fight to Doc Stanley by using his own damn elixir again him. Find some so we can get this explosive show started.
Ooh, they're grilling some meat. Alright, find Doc Stanley's Miracle Elixir. The Hasty Retreat. Yay, vending machines. Nice.
I've got bullets with your name on them. Well, mate, that came out wrong. When you need a dose of the red stuff, come find me. That's my final offer. Oh, well, all right then. Thanks. I like to keep these handy in case I run out of anesthetic.
I wonder how challenging, as in like how much of a challenge the other DLCs are going to be, because it's felt like the further I've gotten into the various DLCs, the more challenging they've become. What is that on the floor? We're over $10 million. I didn't realize we're up that high. Oh, that's right, I forgot. Let's go, little buddy. Bad A honcho. Get out of here. It has the same ingredients as his elixir. Doc Stanley's Miracle Elixir.
That elixir might not do anything Doc Stanley says, but it's damn good at making things burst into flames. Made my late husband rest in sizzling pieces. Now jab that pile of garbage into the stockpile and take it out. This is gonna be so good.
Are we already through the whole map? Like the whole area? No, no, we're not. Okay.
Job well done. Only it's not working.
Aw, come on then. It just needs a bit of encouragement. Do what you do best. Light it up and watch it burn.
You got it.
Ain't seen that much fire and chaos since the bloodbath at Quinceañera Gulch.
That two-bit con artist just got a taste of his own medicine. Job ain't done yet, though. Keep at it. Now that Doc Stanley's elixir inventory has gone to ruin, why don't you go ahead and destroy all his refinery equipment so we can't produce any more of that trash?
You got it. Destroy 3 pieces of refinery equipment. Alright. And then after this side quest, we can return to Sanctuary and purchase our last upgrade for the sniper rifle. One.
I'm not gonna die today!
Yes, you are.
Like shooting fish from a baby! That's a beauty. Ain't the town red?
With blood! In case that wasn't clear.
Yeah, it should cut. What's up here?
What the hell is happening out there? Executive sales team, assemble! We've got saboteurs among us.
Terminate the executive sales team. Are they actually called the executive sales team? They are. Martha from accounting. Outlaw. Yeah. I saw someone else there. There we go. Where are you? Rustler.
On the house. That man is dangerous. Get him.
Greg from sales.
I think they'll sing about me. Too hairy.
Come on, come on!
Hey, whoever you are, listen up. I never met a customer I couldn't buy off or reason with using money. Come on over and let's chat.
Attend business meeting with Doc Stanley.
Whatever your quarrel, friend, I got the cure. How's a lifetime supply of Doc Stanley's miracle elixir sound?
I probably
He's
drunk
big.
worse, but I think I'll pass. Ah! First time I've ever refused a strong drink, come to think of it.
Well, well, we got ourselves a negotiator. Okay, okay, I've got just the thing for you. Here, catch!
Well, you brought it on yourself.
Oh, thank you, gunslinger. Doc Stanley can't fool brain dead hypochondriacs like my late husband no more. And hey, now that my dumb husband ain't spending my every last penny on some hogwash cure, I can afford to pay ya.
Aha. Doc Stanley's Miracle Elixir ad number 4. Try it today.
Suffering from shock and yeehaw? Try Doc Stanley's new and improved Miracle Elixir. If your flesh is a-stinking, better start drinking.
Hmm. Hmm. Is there something up there? Well, that's where the chest was. Unless you can get up there somehow. I don't think you can, though. Well, I don't know, maybe you can. Maybe if you jump and you land there, and you jump from there up to there, and then jump over there, you can get up there. I'll try it once. It doesn't look like you're supposed to get up there, though. It's so dark. No, that's too high above you. There's... Oh, no, never mind. It looks like from that opening, though, that you're supposed to somehow get up there. Maybe there's a reward there, then walk across, and then eventually drop down through there. Maybe there's another vehicle part hidden up there somewhere. Oh, well. Oh. Hello.
Eyes on the sky, bounty hunter. High-flying Rendon-esque is somewhere nearby. He's mad as a wild-eyed devil, but he likes to keep his boots out the dirt.
Gehenna's Most Wanted. Eliminate Rendon-esque. Eliminate Devil Rider Lieutenants for Juno. 10 bricks of Iridium, 49 grand, and almost 28,000 experience. How do I get up there? Oh, I was there before. Okay. Up and to the left. Wait, what? Bit to the right. Okay. Is it here? It is there. Okay. Oh yeah, this is where we blew up that house. We just don't have to run as far this time.
Like that gyro-mounted prick is grounded for good, thanks to you. You know, we used to zoom around the frontier screeching like a scourge with its tail on fire. Just like, for fun.
You'll want to think twice next time.
Alright, let's get back. Where is she? Where is she? Get back to Hina. Okay, where's Hina? Oh, there she is. Okay. Hard right. Oh, that's right. She's almost at the very entrance to this place.
Dust clouds roamed across the blast plains, raising up the smell of spent munitions and old ghosts. Frontier stretched out so far you could tell yourself the heavens were close. It was closer.
Hey, a visitor! Can't say I'm distraught over Doc Stanley's demise. Plenty of desperate folks out there looking for a miracle. At least now there's one less miracle hawker on Gehenna. And if I know one thing, it's that miracles don't come in bottles. Now, can I interest you in a sample of Doc Hina's miracle grenade?
More Guardian tokens. Alright, what do we got here? 3.61. 1.93. Yeah. Fight for your life duration. Plus 2.8%. We're about ready to level up. Look how close we are. Oh, we're so close. Alright. Let's check the new grenade mod. I'm guessing it's going to be an incendiary grenade mod. It looks like a vial. That's cool. Level 67 Torg Doc Hina's Miracle Bomb. Give me fever. Grenades explode when impacting an enemy. 24,926 damage. Radius of 610. Exploder and Miracle Bomb. 43% ignite chance. 8,522 incendiary damage per second. Okay, so it's a unique. I'll look it up. Doc Hina. There it is. Dogkiness Miracle Bomb is a unique grenade mod in Borderlands 3 manufactured by Torg. It is obtained from the mission Miracle Elixir Fixer, located in the Blast Plains on Gehenna. Special weapon effect, always incendiary, bounces on the ground briefly upon impact, and leaves incendiary puddles wherever it lands before exploding. This would be good, but I feel like it would only be good here. Like, it'd only be good in this DLC. Because multiple times we've walked around and we've just seen, like, puddles of oil lying on the floor. And so if you throw it and it hits the floor, it lands in one of those puddles, it leaves a puddle of... an incendiary puddle inside of a puddle of oil that will catch the whole thing on fire. And then it will eventually, hopefully, travel to its target and then explode. That's interesting. And I mean, it can also help with a group of enemies as well, I guess. But no, it's not for me. I'm not going to sell it, though. This is another cool sort of one-off item that I think I'll keep and I'll drop in the safe. Okay, are there any other missions that we can do? We can't do this one yet. I think that's our last story mission. Or our last side quest. Yeah? Okay. Let's go to... Sanctuary. Drop off the grenade mod and the cool artifact that I found in the safe. Then we'll go to Marcus, we'll sell some stuff, and then we will buy the final upgrade to our sniper rifle SDU. And then we'll see what's next to purchase. Alrighty. Oh, missed some stuff.
Hey, you want to hear a joke? I got jokes coming at the gals over here.
I also want to take a look at the new Echo skin we unlocked. Ruination. Yeah, why not? This is my first time seeing the Tunguska. Level 69 Torque Stuffed Tunguska. 6249 times 2. Plus 50 splash damage radius. Consumes 2 ammo per shot. 4.5 times weapon zoom. It's a very pretty rocket launcher.
That did make me feel better.
Oh, that looks pretty cool. If you use grenades, this sounds pretty cool. Rubberized Roided Decision Maker. Anointment. On action skill start, regenerate 1 grenade. So if you can get your action skill back pretty quickly, you're just like popping grenades like crazy.
That's all I got.
Alright. We did it! Alright, what's left? Bank is probably the last thing we'll just continue to upgrade just as a place to put our money.
All I'm saying is, if you don't,
We don't really need grenades.
you're probably going to die.
I guess lost loot.
Very nice. Now, load up. Perhaps at one of my vending machines.
One more tier, we need we'll say 4.4 million to finish that off. Okay. We are so close to level 70. I guess we'll start back here. The entrance to the blast plains. And we'll see where we have to go for the main story mission. Okay. The name of the law. Well, they don't call it a bounty of blood for nothing. The sheriff's been shot dead by the notorious Butcher Rose, and she's stolen the town's obsidian stone. Time to avenge the sheriff and get the stone back. With help from some old company tech, of course. Alright. I like how there's nothing covering his head so you can see his cowboy hat. That was pretty awesome. You want to come at me? Come at me, bro. Come at me. Yeah. Oh yeah, I'm much better with this than I was with the machine guns.
Dust clouds rolled across the blast plains, raising up the smell of spent munitions and old ghosts. Frontier stretched out so far you could tell yourself the heavens were closed. It was closing.
Oh, there's multiples. Oh, cannon? That's different.
I'm commandeering this vehicle. By that, I mean I'm stealing it.
Nice.
Death wish granted.
Heavy cannon. A wide barrel cannon firing MIRV shells that split into 3 explosives on impact. I'll try it. No, I don't like it. I think if you were trying to fight maybe a group of enemies, like a lot of people, not vehicles necessarily, then the cannon might be the way to go. But nah, I'll take the mortars. know what that thing is. I wonder what this thing is. Whoa, what is that? Lucavore. The heck? Oh boy.
Thought we go higher than that.
Gotcha. I wonder if this affects jet bikes too. It does not. Oh, I have to leave it behind. Go to Ashfall Peaks. Looks like maybe if I get over there, it'll shoot me there, and then from there it'll shoot me back here.
Just a heads up, bounty hunter. There's another Sato journal around there.
Jet beasts tasted blood hours out of Vestige. Rode about half those bastards down. The rest fled to an old company fort. While prepping for another assault, some big damn devil crested the bluff and tore into Kendo something fierce. It took 17 shots to put it down. Buried Kendo and made camp. It was a quiet fire that night.
Oh wow, I didn't expect this. Interesting and a bit weird. So the only point to this part of the story mission wasn't even to do anything here. It was just to move across the plains to go to a different zone. Interesting. I wonder what's in here. And what's up here? Maybe we'll be sent... And here. Maybe we'll be sent back here for some side quests, or maybe even a story mission. There's also a lot of land over here. Okay. Ashfall Peaks. Oh, there's a lodge? Oh, excuse me. I inhaled a little when I drank some coffee. Navigate to Minos Pro. One thing. Okay. Oh, guitar. Nice.
Ashfall Peaks. Butcher Rose's den of thieves was a ways up the mountain path. Good a place as any to start on that bounty. Word had gotten round about the sheriff's demise. The hideout was awash in the sounds of celebration. Bottles clanking, half-remembered songs, and fire in the sky.
Oh, wow. The Legend of McSmugger. Dirty deeds. Dirty deeds. I'm gonna guess that really you just have to go, like, maybe up here? Maybe this is where the house is and that's it? But you can go this way for, I guess, a side quest. So, partners, I'm going to shoot you straight on this one. I kind of wanted to call stream here. We've been going for just over 8 hours. And this map is a right bit larger than I thought it was going to be.